get better. The track is starting to cool a little bit as the sun is starting to set. Well, the sun's got a couple of hours up, but it's going to start getting a little bit cooler. Ernest, explain to us what is happening here in terms of the Endurance Series.
Well, this is the first round of the South African Endurance Series, and this falls under the South African Endurance Race. This category over here is all about long hours behind the wheels. In this case, 4 hours behind the wheel for some of these cars, and the drivers will be spreading themselves across those 4 hours. Most of the time there'll be two drivers stopping either once or potentially twice or thrice over the course of that 4 hour time. And you were talking to some of our pole sitters, and these guys are really quick. These cars are exceptionally fast here today, and we are about to find out exactly how fast they are. Enough talking, I want to show you guys these cars.
Let's move over here. I've got Rian with me. He is the pole sitter at the moment in this particular race. Rian, how's it going? You and your teammate Jeffrey have done a fantastic job to get your car here.
Yeah, Jeffrey did a fantastic lap in qualifying. We're just a bit nervous. We don't know if we're going to stop once or twice. We don't know what the tire deck is going to be, and we also don't know what the consumption is going to be. So it's the first time doing endurance on this track. So we don't know exactly what to prepare for.
So it's a little bit of up in the air. You got to keep the balls kind of floating. How does that happen with communication between you and as a driver and the team?
Yeah, we've got constant communication with another driver. So we'll call him in if we see that the tire wear is going off. We can see it on the left time, so we can also see on the fuel consumption in pit what's happening with the car.
All right, well, I wish you all the best of luck.
Thank you very much.
Right, I've heard the whistle's already gone, Ernest, so let's maybe stand off the track and chat a little bit more about this.
Yeah, I think we actually probably need to get going soon. The drivers are frantically starting their cars. Things are hotting up. We're about to kick off the first South African Endurance Series 4-hour race here at Red Star Raceway. It's going to be exciting stuff. But Kriya, I'm going to excuse myself because I'm going to go commentate. Listen out for me soon, guys. The racing is about to start.
All right, whilst Ernest gets himself into the van, I'll chat to you a little bit more about this track. We've spoken about it in quite a lot of depth over the last two races, but essentially what the cars are going to be doing here, it's 13 corners, 3 long straights. It's a very narrow track. The sun is starting to set or starting to go down a little bit, so the temperature on the track is going to start getting a little bit lower. It has been quite a cool day. I mean, we had a little bit of a drizzle. I don't know if we're going to get any rain a little bit later this afternoon. So it's all kind of up in the air, like you heard from Rian. What are we going to expect? We don't know. The next 4 hours is going to be a surprise. And I think Ernest might be settled in his van, getting ready for commentating as the guys are going to start their formation laps. I'm going to get out of here.
Thank you, Krueger gang. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, the lovely Krueger gang setting us off there, and there you see the flag about to drop for the warm-up lap. These drivers are about to get settled in and go racing. This is, of course, the South African Endurance Series. My name is Ernest Page, and this is the start of the 4-hour race. In front there you see the lead car. That is the very talented Jeffrey Kruger driving that car over there. Next to him we got Neandertoy, and there you see the Zolile Letlaka car. We've got Ian Adcock further back there. We've got one of the Super Cup cars and a mini tin topper in there as well, and then more sports cars further back. That sports car powered by a 2-liter 8-valve further back there. Very quick cars, some of these cars, and I think we're in for some very, very hot action as the day continues. The drivers now need to warm their cars up. Near the toy, someone that I know from Cape Town Racing, has raced Polo Cup as well in that turbocharged BMW. Very fast car he is driving over there, exceptionally fast in fact, but they're going to be taking it easy because they want to finish this race. They don't really want to outperform the car. There goes the 86 car over there, and they don't really want to outperform the drivetrain of the car. They want to make sure that they save that car and make sure that the car lasts the entire distance. And we see the first of the backdraft cars coming through. That backdraft car over there also running the 1UZ engine, but not quite a lot more potent than the other backdraft cars further back over there. And a gaggle of backdraft cars coming through. I've got to say, it's very competitive with the backdraft guys. Very, very competitive. And these guys will be racing hard and fast for the entire 4-hour duration of this race. Of course, also they are led off by the pace cars. Also a rolling start, as is customary with this type of racing. as they make their way around. And just look at that Ligier over there. Very, very potent Ligier. And these sports cars are just so fast. Jeffrey Krueger saying that this is the fastest car he's ever driven, and he's driven a bunch of fast cars. So don't be surprised if you see these guys doing exceptionally fast lap times here today. As the sun sets over Red Star Raceway, in the next couple of hours, these guys will be driving into the night. The racing starts at 3 o'clock sharp, and they will be finishing at around 7 o'clock. So at that stage, it'll more than likely be quite dark here at Red Star Raceway. So the drivers will be driving into the night, and it's going to make it even more tricky to identify some of these cars, I'll tell you that. So we look forward to seeing how that goes, and many different classes, and we'll be chatting about those classes over the course of this race day as well. Here they come now, and it's so strange to see a sedan car in front. Jeffrey Krueger and his team qualified on pole, and unfortunately though, they didn't manage to do that many laps in that car, Jeffrey Krueger at least. But the car that further back in, Adcock car, that car, unfortunately, there was a big problem with that car where they had a engine swap on the last minute, and that sees them at the back of the class, not necessarily at the back of the grid. In Class A is the Auto Investment car, the number 78 car, that is in first place in Class A. Mikhail Patamba is also here in the mix. Zolile Letlaka in the mix as well in that McLaren. Nian de Toy in that Class D car there. He's driving. Steve Clark will be starting off in that white backdraft racing car over there. Nick Adcock, as mentioned earlier on, in the Ligier. Peter Jenkins also in a Class D car. And the rest of the boys and girls lining it up. At the back of the field there we've got Johan Nel Bapu also in the Class E backdraft cars. All the backdraft cars are Class E. So if you see a Class E car, that would be a backdraft car. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen, the racing about to start off. Off they go. And the Ligier off to a fantastic start. A fantastic start there, as that looks like Neandertoy. They're trying to have a look as they stay pretty much in similar order. Neandertoy in second position. Letlaka there in third place in that McLaren. And the McLaren doing some very decent times. And it does look like the Ligier there, the Auto Investments Ligier of Kruger, heading off into the distance. And Nick Adcock having a look back, and then we see the guys coming through thick and fast. There is Patamba, and you just look at some of these cars. The speed and pace of some of these cars is just incredible. Jeffrey Krueger leading us off there in Class A, near the toy behind him. And we're waiting for the classifications. Zolile did look like he fell back quite a bit. And look at that, Nick Adcock now suddenly in second position in that 2-liter car. Nick Adcock in second position there, quickly catching up to Jeffrey Krueger. And he's going to be chasing down very hard as Neandertoy slips into third. He's not going to be too worried about that. He doesn't really have a beef with that lead car over there. So the lead two cars, they're in the class of their own. Class D, Peter Jenkins further back in Class D. So you won't be too worried about that. Class D, Peter Jenkins in, I think he's in the VW Polo Cup car there, Super Cup car. So they won't be too worried about that. Class D, of course, looks like it's the tin top category only. And this is Class A over there. Jeffrey Krueger in the lead at the moment, Class A. Starts to get a slight lead right now, but further back, Nick Adcock looking on. Jeffrey Krueger on your screen at the moment. He's never driven this car much, and he does say that he still has got plenty to learn about this car, but plenty experience under his belt as well. So he should be good. Both these cars very similar, both Ligier cars, and oh, look at that. That is Patamba there. Patamba in the Porsche. And he's driving the Porsche, sharing that car with Michael Steven. Peter Jenkins comes across the line there. Baden Pretorius across the line next. Here comes the Mini now. Rob Clark and Johan Nel across the line. And there is your classification. The number 31 car, Andrew Horn in the lead. Bucket List Racing, the 212 car. Christian Morgan. Of course, let's not forget we got the Morgan Roots here as well in Class E. They're also racing in the backdraft racing car in the Morgan Root colors. I spoke to Sir Ben Morgan Root yesterday, racing with his two sons are racing today. He is a team manager, and look at that, the Porsche, the Patamba Porsche, making its way through very quickly now. And now we got ourselves a saloon car battle, and judging by the aggression of that driving there, could that be Michael Stephen behind the wheel? Does say Patamba on the screen over here. We didn't unfortunately have time for our grid walk. We were looking forward to grid walk. The flames coming out the back of that McLaren over there, the overrun. Letlaka car there on the overrun. And that is Class A. Steve Clark driving the backdraft racing car you see on your screen over there. He started off for the Team 72 car. Neanderthal in third position at the moment, with Nick Adcock and Jeffrey Krueger fighting it out further ahead. But Neanderthal in third position, leading Class D, so he hasn't got another car in his category anytime soon, as we get eyes on Adcock in the number 3 car, and Jeffrey Krueger doing well to get ahead. Jeffrey Krueger does a 53, Adcock does a 57. And we get eyes on the number 11 car there. That is Bapu. And in the development car, Class E car, they had massive issues this weekend with fuel pressure, but they've sorted that out, and now finally they can start to turn some laps. And the lead pack having a bit of a dice there. I'd love to catch eyes on that. We've watched these two cars racing it out. More backdraft action across the line here. And that's Dean Walson over there, as Rob Clark crosses the line in the Mini. The 007 car there, looking very good. Greg Thornton in the 007 car. Both cars doing 2:14s, so the times very evenly matched between these cars. The 007 car chasing down hard there, and it looks like Brandon Dean just ahead of him. Yep, that's Brandon Dean just ahead, getting a little bit of pressure there. As here comes Neanderthal getting overtaken by the Zolile Letlaka car, the number 23 car. And the GT car very fast, of course, easily should do 2-minute laps over here. Lots of overrun smoke coming out the back there. And Neanderthal now on screen getting some pressure from Steve Clark now, but a lot of these guys aren't racing each other. So Zolile in the same class as Jeffrey Krueger and Nick Adcock, so he's going to try and catch up with them. Steve Clark also in Class A in that white backdraft car at the back there. So Steve Clark also in Class A, fighting it out for first position. And Neanderthal all on his own in a Class D battle, so he's not going to be too worried there as Steve Clark comes into view. That is the Morgan Root car over there. Looks like it. Yeah, that is the Morgan Root car. Ben Morgan Root, Christian Morgan Root currently behind the wheel, with Benjamin Morgan Root taking the wheel later on as the 72 car, Steve Clark, makes its way through. Jeffrey Krueger comes across the line. Next is Zolile, currently in 4th position behind that. Neanderthal, then Steve Clark. There goes the Morgan Root car, the 222. Christian Morgan Root driving the Class E car there. A little bit down on time at the moment, but this is an endurance race, and Christian and Ben will be swapping cars, swapping drivers. They'll be swapping drivers all the way through. They've spoken about potential strategy. I can't talk about it too much. That's pit lane talk. We keep that to ourselves. But fantastic drive from them so far. There is the number 86 car, that's Johan Nel. Johan Nel in the 86 car. I think it's powered by a 2-litre 8-valve Golf engine. And they have said that they want to give the backdraft cars a good run for their money. And hopefully that will be the case, as we see Neanderthal and Steve Clark battling it out. Here comes the Auto Investments car. That is Jeffrey Krueger in the lead. Steve Clark and Neanderthal. Steve Clark gets past, no issues there. And Steve Clark and Neanderthal not battling for position. So Neon won't be too fussed about that, and will more than likely just let him go. Neon has said that he is short shifting that car extensively, so he's not going to be too worried about that. He will be short shifting that car and making sure that he makes it to the end. It's a long race, so drivers have to make sure that they finish. Of course, it's all about finishing the race at this stage. Patamba crosses the line. And 72 car now starts to eke out a lead. And Neanderthal now having a bit of a look there down the inside. Yes, he does. Neanderthal has a look down the inside. And the 86 car of Johan Nel comes into view now. Neanderthal looks like he had a look down the inside. I think he might have gotten that position. Peter Jenkins crosses the line in the Class D Super Cup car now. And Andrew Horn also crossing the line there. Greg Thornton makes his way through, followed by Brandon Dean and Rob Clark. There you have the 007 car of Greg Thornton, looking very nice in those colors. All these cars running the same spec, backdraft racing, and for as little as 15,000 rand, if you can believe it, you could drive one of these cars. I mean, I'm seriously considering doing a couple of laps in one of these at some stage. Backdraft cars offering full support to their drivers. So as Rob Clark comes into view in the Mini, and as Krueger Gangia mentioned in one of our pre-race specials, that the Mini is very nimble, and this circuit suits that car perfectly. As Rob Clark makes his way around there, once again is Neanderthal NDT Racing, and slowly circumventing the circuit. I'm sure they are now settling into a little bit of a rhythm there. Steve Clark comes into view, and Steve Clark pushing. Neon did have a look early on, but it looks like Steve Clark has taken that lead back again, at least from him, as Patamba crosses the line. Patamba doing a 58-second run there, very consistent, and Letlaka now 202, just keeping it consistent. It really is about consistent lap times for the entire duration of the race. Here comes Rob Clark. He's got Brandon Dean in front of him. They're not in the same class. Class D and Class E battle taking place here. But looks like Dean's going to have a bit of a look. At least Rob Clark to have a look on Dean. Yes, he does. Goes down the inside. As across the line comes Andrew Horn. Andrew Horn with a 2:11. Baden Pretoria is just in front of him. All of them doing about the same times at this stage. 2:11, 2:12. Greg Thornton also in the 007 car doing it 2:11. But this isn't a sprint race, and the drivers won't be treating it as such. It's a very long 4-hour race. So they're going to want to settle into a rhythm and make sure that they can do exactly that. Find the rhythm, find some pace. There is Steve Clark. Steve Clark sharing the cars with the legendary Martin Cousins. And of course they are the brain behind the backdraft racing concept. Popular concept now where civilians can rent these cars at these races. So definitely consider that if you are wanting to get into motorsport. The cars are available for rent. So you can chat to the guys at Backdraft Racing if you want to get behind the wheel of something quite special, 1UZ engine. And they come with full support and parts. They're the bucket list racing car. Very good looking car, that Super Cup car. The Super Cup cars are just fantastic to look at. Rob Clark making his way around. Oh, runs wide. Oh no! The Rob Clark spun out. The 212 car. Oh, that's Peter Jenkins. I apologize. Peter Jenkins spins out, touches the curb there. Peter Jenkins spins out, touches the outside. He has to think about coming back on the circuit. Watch out for any traffic there, and gets back on the circuit and just touches the outside of the curb there. Just touches the outside. It's a 212 car of Peter Jenkins. He was running 7th over there, and just touches the outside of the curb there. Just look at that. Run slightly wide, just outside left wheel goes on the dirt, and look at that textbook incident. The car hops over the curb, and drivers have been warned about that curb, so luckily no more terminal damage there, but drivers have been warned about that curb. So Peter Jenkins with a much slower lap there, and he's going to be suffering a little bit. He did a 2:08 as his best time, and let's hope that he's able to maintain. Let's hope that he's able to maintain the gap between the leaders. Now down to 10, down to around 10 seconds between Kruger and Adcock, and already lapping the Mini over there as Greg Thornton, Dean Wilson have a bit of a tussle. Here comes Patamba. Patamba runs a little bit wide there, goes around the outside and gets past Bapu. And here comes Dean Wilson now, and Greg Thornton still battling it out, and that is for position right there. Both of them running very similar times. Greg Thornton in that 007 car over there, Dean Wilson in front of him. And let's see how he goes. Dean starting to apply a little bit of pressure now, or at least starting to feel a little bit of pressure. There they go. That is Thornton and Wilson. Thornton has a look down the inside. Thornton has a good look down the inside. Finally makes it stick. Oh, something's come off the Wilson car there. Something's come off the Wilson car. I wonder if something went wrong there. Oh, he puts his hand up. Puts his hand up. And here come, looks like the leader's coming past as well. There goes Peter Jenkins. And Wilson luckily making it. Somebody's in the pits. We've got somebody in the pits there. One of the cars has come into the pits. And, 2 cars into the pits now. So the first of the pit stops already happening 15 minutes in. And if we can get some cameras on the pits, that'd be awesome. I'd love to see what's going on in the pit lane at the moment. As there goes Neanderthal. 222 car. Christian Morgan also slowing down there a little bit. Christian Morgan also slowing down, also into the pits. So with just 15 minutes gone, quite a few cars have come into the pits already. Quite a few cars have gone into the pits already. Neanderthal, once again, a flawless lap from him. Very consistent driver is Neanderthal, very successful in Cape Town, joined by his team. It's got Benson driving in the passenger seat, or at least in the co-driver seat with him, and then Chase Harold, one of his pit crew over there. Chase also successful down in Cape Town with the GTI Challenge. In fact, Chase was my teammate in a Enduro a couple of years ago. So Chase Harold also lots of experience behind the wheel, but this time was spinning spanners instead of steering wheels for Nia. There goes Adcock in the lead now, and that was in fact the Jeffrey Kruger car that went into the pits earlier on. So Adcock now officially in the lead, with Jeffrey Kruger having ducked into the pits after just 20 minutes of racing, maybe 15 actually. So Adcock's going to be happy with that. He takes the lead now with Mikhail Patamba in second position, Letlaka in third place. There comes the blue flag. Blue flag waves for Baden Pretorius. And Adcock now in the lead. So we got a new leader in Class A, with Mikhail Patamba leading us in Class B, Neanderthal leading Class D, Baden Pretorius Class E leader. So that is your standings. There are your standings at the moment. Adcock running wide there a little bit as well, but keeping it tidy. And there you go, folks. They are your leaders at the moment. You can see the classes on the right hand side there. Class A on top, and Nick Adcock. The next Class A car is Zolile Letlaka, so that's for position. Steve Clark also in Class A. And in Class B, Mikhail Patamba leads us off. As the drivers make their way around once more. Neanderthal making another overtake there. But as mentioned, these guys are not in the same class. You kind of just want to carve your way through and not make any mistakes. But still no sign of as Morgan Root crosses the line there, Papu as well. Still no sign of the car that started us off, Jeffrey Kruger, now stuck in the pits. And we've just heard Jeffrey Kruger might be heading out the pits. Hopefully we can get those visuals. We're going to wait and see now, but what a turn of events. As there goes the bucket list racing car again. We saw earlier on that car spinning out in quite dramatic fashion. And here comes another one of these sports cars. That is the 31 car. Andrew Horn in Class E, so fighting with Baden Pretorius at this stage. Andrew Horn in Class E. And as far as I know, that car's got their 2-litre 8-valve Golf engine in there. And there goes Jeffrey Kruger now. Jeffrey Kruger finally back out on circuit. But will that make a difference? Will he be able to find some pace now? Jeffrey Kruger finally out on circuit, and what a shame that that is how that race turned out. They got pole position, but unfortunately just not good enough to stay in front. And what a shame for Kruger, who was leading us off there. And there we got eyes on Nick Adcock in the car prepared by Rico Barlow. Rico Barlow, another famous South African name in the motorsport scene down in Cape Town. So Rico Barlow managing that car over there with Uncle JC Huggett. And JC Huggett, for those that don't know, is one of the winningest stock car races in the country ever. Won multiple championship stock cars and also spinning spanners. He tests the Nick Adcock car and told me that it's such an absolute pleasure to drive, and I'm not surprised. As we see Patamba sharing the car with none other than the fastest runner in the SAGT category. So Patamba very, very quick in that car over there. Very, very, very fast indeed. There is Steve Clark. Of course, everybody knows Steve Clark from No Sweat Racing. Steve Clark, very popular on the tuning scene for some exceptionally fast cars over the years. Hill climb scene as well. The unassuming Steve Clark. If you've ever, I met Steve Clark for the first time. It was not what I expected. I expected someone that would be definitely a bit more in your face based on his accomplishments, but he does seem like the more behind the scenes type of guy. But now, certainly in front of the scenes, at least with his driving, hustling that backdraft car around the circuit. And there comes Adcock now. Nick Adcock in the number 3 car. They've got a different engine in there as mentioned. That is the 2-litre K-Series engine. So they're not going to be getting the same kind of pace they would from their usual car. So they normally run the K24 setup. And there goes the car we saw earlier, unfortunately spinning out, but recovering very nicely from that spin earlier on. And number 86 car, Johan Nel there, looking good in Class E, running in Class E. And we are going to pit lane.
Yeah, it looks like a bit of a problem. They're leading the race
now.
comfortably by 10 seconds, and then Jeff had to pull into the pits. Tell us what happened.
Yeah, Dave, this morning we had a problem. We thought it was a lambda sensor. We replaced the lambda sensor, and then the problem went away. I did about 6 laps after we took the lambda out or replaced it. And now, after 4 laps, it came back again. We pulled the car in, and we think it might be the barnhouse that's sticky. We're staying out, can only rev up to 6,000 RPM, but hopefully we can finish the race.
Okay, done.
Thank you.
Oh man, what a shame to hear that the Varnos is sticky on that car. And man, what a pity. They're going to need that device. Of course, Varnos or variable valve timing is needed on that car. And of course, because that's a Honda engine, that would more than likely be like the VTEC system. So if the VTEC's not working, and you can't rev the car, that means that the VTEC's only working at the bottom end of the rev range, which is not ideal at all, which means the car is very, very low on power. And if it was only open, then that means that they'd get peak power and not bottom. But I do imagine that they're only getting bottom power and not peak power. So what a shame for them. What an absolute shame for them as they circulate once more. But this is racing though. This is how it goes. You know, sometimes you win some, and yesterday they were all on top of the world after that incredible performance. And now here we are just hours later, and how the tables have turned for them as they now find themselves in an unadvantageous position, having lost some mechanical drive there as the 86 car comes through. They are currently down in 11th position overall, but 5th place. Looks like 4th place actually in Class E. So well done to them. 4th place so far for Johan now in Class E. And in 5th place over there in Class E, just behind them, is Christian Morgenroot. Still plenty racing to go. Mikael Patamba in the number 17 car, consistently lapping now, 2nd position in overall, but 1st in Class B. So Mikael Patamba is going to be very happy about that one, I'm sure. So far, just try and make his way around the circuit without any mistakes. And still got eyes on that lovely Porsche Cup car. It's the first time they're racing that car today, actually. I had no idea. And so far, so very, very good for that Porsche Cup car. It does look like a very real race car there, doesn't it? It looks like a proper race car, that thing. All the makings of a real race car. The Creative Ink car. And Patamba getting as much seat time as possible in preparation for his tour overseas, going to Germany to go race in junior DTM categories. And hopefully find some success that side, representing South Africa. The Patamba name now synonymous with GT racing in South Africa, and Mikhail Patamba trying to extend that legacy. Let's see if he can do that. There goes the Morgan Root car, slowly making their way up the field. Is the Morgan Root team. And we've got eyes now on Zolile Letlaka. It is the 30-minute mark, and as it stands, Nick Adcock leads us off. Mikhail Patamba in second position. Zolile Letlaka in third place. Steve Clark in fifth. Neandertoy in fifth place, but first in Class D. Peter Jenkins now chasing down Neandertoy in second place, Class D. Baron Pretorius in Class E, as we see the backdraft car. One of the backdraft cars there, number 262, fighting it out. And with Letlaka quite a far way down the road though. But 30 minutes in, those are your standings. There you see Andrew Horn in Class E. He's got Barent in front of him. Well, that's the 007 car. That's Greg Thornton in front of him. But he will be, and Andrew Horn is fighting for position for the lead of Class E. Andrew Horn for the lead of Class E. I think he's just Andrew Horn and Greg Thornton. I'd like to have a look at that, because according to the classifications, they are on the same lap. So I'd like to have a closer look at that race, because I do suspect that those two are fighting for position at the moment. Andrew Horn and Greg Thornton. But let's see if we can get eyes on those two cars. Backdraft cars, getting it a bit squirrely there, nice and sideways. That's Billy Rasmus there, currently 12 laps in, but further down the order in 15th position. But let's see if we can get eyes on Andrew Horn. There's the 007 car. That's Greg Thornton, and I think he's just overtaken him. Greg Thornton has just overtaken Andrew Horn and now started to eke out a gap. Greg Thornton in Class E, and Greg Thornton in Class E now chasing down Andrew Horn, or having chased down Andrew Horn, is now chasing down Baden Pretorius. Baden Pretorius also on the same lap. So we've got ourselves a race, folks. We've got Baden Pretorius and Andrew Horn, Greg Thornton all battling it out on the same lap, and here they come. So those cars on the same lap. And there goes Horn in Class E. Love to get eyes on Greg Thornton further up as the Mini crosses the line, gets the blue flag. Rob Clark, Class D. And love to get eyes on that battle there as we look at Patamba. And there they go. That is the 007 car over there chasing down Baden Pretorius. The two of them on the same lap. Thornton now 2 seconds a lap faster at the moment, both in Class E. So this is for the lead of Class E. And number 262 car of Baden Pretorius start to feel the pressure a little bit here. And here comes Greg Thornton. Greg Thornton chasing down hard there, and no stranger is Greg Thornton to this type of racing. But let's see how he does up against Baden Pretorius there. Oh, it does look like Baden is now going to be feeling the pressure. He's going to be feeling the pressure big time. It's a but so far the pace difference is quite big between the two. So he's going to have to do something. Baden Pretorius there in that 262 orange car. Lots of experience in endurance racing. And very, very young as well. He also does motocross. As looks like he's pulled in the pits there. Someone's pulled in the pits. Baden in the 262 car. Lots of experience there. And there comes Nick Adcock. And there is your leader, folks. The number 3 car, Nick Adcock, Class A. Circulating at a relatively decent pace there. Greg Thornton now easily leading us off. Let's see what the classification says after. Oh, there we go. 262 cars in the pits. That's Baden Pretorius in the pits. And looks like they might have a problem with that car. Checking something underneath the car. He's leaking something at the back right, looks like it, so they need to check and see what's going on there. And the team now frantically trying to figure out what's going on with that car. Young Baden in the car still, so this is not an official change for them. Oh yeah, just going to try and figure out what the issue is, but one of here we go, we're going to interview, let's find out some more.
So it looks like you got something leaking at the back there. Just tell us what's going on.
Like we've got a problem on the overflow pipe, but we're sorting it out, so hopefully we can get out quickly.
And from here, one more pit stop or what?
We'll check, but now we've got to push to get the lead back, so strategy has changed completely.
Good luck, and we're holding thumbs for you.
Thank you.
So Baden Pretorius unfortunately there slipping back, and he was fighting for the lead there, but now no longer the case, as the no sweat works driver there Steve Clark battles it out. Steve Clark currently in 3rd position in Class A, and we saw that he just got overtaken by Jeffrey Kruger. Jeffrey Kruger carving his way through, but Jeff Kruger still quite a few laps behind now. But it is possible to get those laps back though. It certainly is possible to get those laps back as we look at the classification. Back on board there with Neander Toy. Neander Toy in the E36 turbocharged. One of the few turbocharged cars driving here today. Most of these cars are normally aspirated, of course, for endurance racing. Turbocharged cars normally not the case. This Baden's friend over there, he's actually a pilot and he's working on the car. So Baden's friend from school joining him here to come help out on the car, and his help is certainly going to be needed right now by the looks of things. As we go back on board with our leader there, Nick Adcock. And Nick Adcock really pushing quite hard in this car at the moment. 159 is the pace. Definitely can go much faster, but they certainly, now they've got a new engine in the car, so they want to make sure that that engine holds out for the entire duration of the race. And is that going to be the case? We have to wait and see. There goes Adcock now. As here comes Morgenroot, carving his way through the field as well. Pace start to pick up too. And that is Christian Morgenroot, one of the sons of the legend Ben Morgenroot, famously known for his RX-7 exploits. I was a little bit embarrassed yesterday, Mr. Morgenroot, because I did say that I thought you drove the animal, or at least I thought he drove the Sierra. But I was sorely mistaken. Of course, Ben Morgenroot known for his RX-7 and rotary exploits. One of the original Brat Packs back in the day, and one of the original drivers to be showing the boys, the works boys, how it's done. drove an RX-8 as well, and that massive. He did drive Fords. He actually drove the Ford Mondeo in touring cars back in the day. Also the Westbank V8, as well as Mazda, old school Mazda V8 for Westbank as well. So Ben Morgenroth, the legend of the game, now joining his sons on the circuit. He's done a couple of endurance races recently, but now finds himself more as a team manager for Benjamin and his son, who is now currently driving out there on the circuit right now. The young Morgenroth, Christian. 262 car still in the pit lane, still under scrutiny by the team, and unfortunately they find themselves in a very precarious position trying to sort this problem out, but it does look like it's not going to happen. The driver still sitting in the car. It's not going to happen anytime soon. Maybe they'll figure it out in the next couple of minutes, but for the moment they're still trying to figure that problem out. Here comes Neanderthal carving his way through the field there. He's got the 11 Cobra to deal with as well. All the Cobras in the same class. Very evenly matched are these cars here. All the identical engines, 3UZ engine. And that of course is the Toyota Lexus engine. Oh sorry, 1UZ engine, I apologize. I said 3UZ because that's the same engine we're fitting in one of my project cars. So shameless plug. We've got a project car that we're busy building, and we've just fitted a 3UZ engine to that car. So that's the later iteration of the 1UZ, the one currently being run in these cars here today. Neanderthal across the line, and there comes Leclerc. Leclerc, of course, in that McLaren. The McLaren, oh so fast indeed. Oh so very, very fast. And Patamba behind the wheel, soon to hand over to the very talented and fast Michael Steven. Michael Steven proving himself earlier today, getting the fastest lap in SAGT, and the 262 car is underway. The 262 car is on its way, so finally getting going there is the 262 car. So they're going to be relieved, and I'm sure happy with that. And there he goes, but the lead now unfortunately off the table. They've lost about 3 laps there, and what a pity, because they were so close as we now go on board with the 007 car and Morgenroth. And that 007 car, certainly no slouch. I like the color of that car. I really do enjoy the look of the Greg Thornton car there. Greg Thornton now your leader of Class E. Greg Thornton leading Class E, quite a few laps ahead of the car that he was tussling with early on, Barent. But unfortunately now Barent has slipped back, and Thornton now finds himself up ahead. Thornton on lap 18, but Andrew Horn is still within striking distance of Greg Thornton, with a gap now 4 seconds. So Andrew Horn still in it with Thornton. Oh, looks like Steve Clark is pit. Steve Clark is in the pit, looks like it. I'd like to cut to that if we can. Can we go to Steve Clark in the pit now? And oh no, they pulled in all the way through. Tony Martin looking on there, and Steve Clark unfortunately in the car still. He's pulled in straight into the pits, and this is not good. This does not bode well for that car. They were fighting in the front over there, fighting with the Class A boys. Looking good for a podium in Class A. But now all of a sudden find themselves in the pit, and this bodes so well for Jeffrey Krueger, who now all of a sudden is in it with a fight. And we're off to pit. Let's see what's happening there.
No, we got a miss. It's a load-related miss, so we would have to look through or something.
In other words, not running on 8 cylinders.
No, only sometimes.
And does that mean less fuel stops for you now?
It could do. It depends on what we're going to do. If we get full far away.
I think put Tony Martin in the seat. What do you think?
So too, yeah.
Okay, back to your commentary.
Well, here we go back to the action. The 007 car now back out on track, or at least out on track, still in the lead in class, in the backdraft class. But unfortunately, it looks like the Steve in that car over there, in the very fast backdraft car, unfortunately slipping all the way down the order. That is Steve Clark slipping all the way down the order. And here comes the 007 car once again. So that car earlier, number 16 car getting nice and sideways there. That is, I think that's Billy Erasmus there. Jeffrey Krueger just set the fastest lap of the race with a 151.8. With a 151.8, Jeffrey Krueger. Jeffrey Krueger is a man on a mission at this stage. And we can see Steve Clark falling down the order, but Jeffrey Krueger on his way up, as I'm sure Nick Adcock's team has told him, time to drop the hammer. And oh, that car's still leaking. That car's leaking badly. The 262 car's leaking badly. Back into the pits he goes. Back into the pits goes the 262 car. .262 car back into the pits. And here comes the Super Cup car. Of course, Super Cup cars come straight from the factory. Exceptionally reliable are those cars. And just circulating, yes, oh so nicely. As we now once again go on board with the 262 car. Barend Pretorius behind the wheel. He's co-driver Harm Pretorius. And unfortunately, they will not be able to continue immediately. But they are working very hard on the car to try and get it going. What a shame then. What a shame. Looks like fuel leaking out the back of the car. Trying to see where the fuel tank is. The fuel tank does sit on that side, so it looks like that fuel tank has a massive leak on it. And they won't be able to continue until that leak is sorted out. They won't be able to continue until that is sorted out. They are working frantically. They are working frantically at sorting that problem out. And there you have it. There you can see lots of fuel coming out the back of that car. And there is Patamba. I can confirm that that is Patamba behind the wheel. We've got his teammate in the pit lane. And Patamba behind the wheel as the bucket list racing car, looking good. I gotta say, those polos do look fantastic. Those polos do look fantastic in their livery with that kit. And when VW Motorsport came out with this concept, some had their doubts, but I gotta say the cars look amazing, and they certainly go as well. They're very reliable, which means they're quite well suited to this. And there's the hard charging Kruger. Kruger only learning about this event 2 days ago, probably 3 days at this stage, that he will be driving. He had no idea that he would be driving today, and here he is chasing down the leaders. Kruger chasing down the leaders as hard and as fast as he can, but will he be able to make a dent in those times? Neanderthal Racing now also on screen, the Cape Town favorite. The Cape Town favorite driving the turbocharged E36, and my team mechanic in Cape Town, big E36 fan, Ashik Dolly, watching the stream as well, and saying that he's loving this kind of racing. He's following the racing, and I know he's supporting our local boy Neanderthal as well as many other Cape Townians. Backdraft Racing Cobra on screen at the moment. That's Papu over there. Papu carving his way through the field as well. Was in 16th position earlier on, now currently in 13th as Patamba circulating very nicely. Not as much pressure, I would imagine, as the 1 hour races they did earlier on for Patamba. Mikhail Patamba, the young Patamba, from the Patamba racing family, and very, very involved with motorsport is the Patamba racing family. So many different cars in their stable, but today only one car matters, and that is the Porsche Cup car that's currently on track. As a Titan historic F1 racing car, Greg Thornton comes through. He's partnered by Colin Ellison. He's currently sitting in the paddock waiting for his turn. Pit stop should be starting shortly for some of the drivers. Oh, gets it sideways there. Does Greg Thornton. And see, you got to grab an armful of lock on these cars sometimes, don't you? You got to just give it a little bit of the old oppo, a little bit of the old opposite lock, and that'll make sure that the car stays straight and true. And this is, of course, ladies and gentlemen, the South African Endurance Series. My name is Ernest Page, and you're watching live the 4-hour race taking place here in Red Star Raceway. And what a fantastic little circuit this is. I say little, but it's actually pretty long. It's 4 kilometers long. Big shout out to Bruce Allen Flint in the comments. And Siwiwe Clinton Yawa wants to know when we're coming to Aldous Krabanti. We will. He says it's his home ground. We'll be heading soon on the 13th and 14th of May. So we'll be seeing you guys there. Still 3 hours and 8 minutes left, so plenty racing ahead. But I do think some drivers will be pit stopping soon. You see someone touching the dirt over there. Must be so difficult doing such consistent lap times all the time, continuously. And these drivers making sure that they can do it. Creative Ink car. That is a bucket list racing car. I apologize. Christopher Pretorius and Rob Clark sharing that car. Rob Clark currently driving. And there goes the 31 car. That is Andrew Horn, joined by Nico Ruth. Oh! This is a bit of a tight tussle between the 007 car. Very tight over there. Watch out. Watch out. As the man that's charging down very hard over there, Kruger, gets very close to the Greg Thornton car there. And Kruger now would definitely be the man to watch as the time ticks on. Kruger currently in third position, if you can believe it. Jeffrey Kruger in third position at the moment. And Zolile has fallen back quite a bit, but still on lap number 24. Him and Jeffrey Kruger on the same lap. Nick Adcock only 2 laps ahead. So Jeffrey Kruger chasing down Adcock. And there's Zolile Leclerc in the 23 car. There goes Morgan Root, flying the family flag. Oh, big sideways moment there. Watch out now. Johan now behind the wheel there of the 86 car. And of course, this is the little mini Rob Clark. Very nimble car. Currently 9th position is Rob Clark. So in the top 10 as the flames come out of the Leclerc car. Still plenty action to go. As we have eyes on the Leclerc car. So Lili Leclerc. More Cobra action in front of us right now. The backdraft boys battling it out. And I think we're going to be seeing a lot of this over the course of the next couple of hours. These guys will not be holding back. These guys will not be holding back at all. As these cars are so evenly matched. So we're going to be seeing, even if the cars are not on the same lap, they're so evenly matched that they will still be fighting it out for position. It's going to be difficult to overtake. Basically like a little single-seater, or at least a one-make series, and Leclerc's in the pits. Leclerc's in the pits, and it looks like a driver change. Let's see. They're all refueling at the moment. Leclerc in the pits. Lots of action happening in the pit lane at the moment. And drivers on hand to make sure that they try and circulate as quickly as possible, get out of there as quickly as possible. And still in the pit lane, just waiting for that driver change to happen. Let's see, they are going to drive a change. A little bit of pandemonium happening in the pit lane here. Chop Sapuka will be jumping in. So Chop Sapuka will be jumping in the car. That has been confirmed. So Zolile Leclerc out of the car. Chop Sapuka is now back behind the seat. Behind the driver's seat. There comes Neanderthal as well. So Neanderthal also now stopping. And Jeffrey Kruger now finds himself in third place. Mikhail Patamba in second, and Nick Adcock.
Let's count this down, please.
We're going down to the pit stops for an interview. Let's see what's happening in pit lane.
Good drive there. How's it going for you guys?
Yeah, battling a little bit. The car has a little bit of vibration, and it's locking up the back right. So we're battling a little bit this time around.
So you just turn left, rather.
Yeah. So that's the thing. Yeah, and the radios are not working.
All right.
Yeah,
How many more pit stops will you have? How many more pit stops will you have?
This was unscheduled, so I had to come in because I had to just put him in. I was battling to drive that car this weekend. Yeah.
We hope you finish. Good luck.
Pardon?
We hope you finish. Good luck.
Yeah, we hope to finish, Thanks so much. Thanks, bye.
That was Zolile Leclerc. They're having an unscheduled pit stop. So an unfortunate turn of events for them. An unscheduled pit stop for Leclerc and his team, as the Patamba car now also makes its way around. I saw Neandertal's car also with a pit lane stop, pit stop. And I wonder if that was scheduled 1 hour down. They say that that BMW uses quite a lot of fuel. Quite a lot of fuel used by that Porsche, or at least the BMW, apologize, and so they need to make sure that they monitor that fuel quite a bit. And it's a turbocharged car, and turbocharged cars use an extensive amount of fuel, as Jeffrey Kruger still pushing hard. Jeffrey Kruger still pushing very hard, and I'd love to know if Neanderthal has swapped drivers there, or we'll find out shortly. Neanderthal is substantially faster than his teammate. His teammate, however, does have quite a bit of endurance experience, but this car is very tricky to drive. Oh my goodness, the lead has changed there. Greg Thornton loses out, spins out. Andrew Horn now finds himself in the lead of Class E as the Neanderthal car makes his way out after that pit stop. But Andrew Horn and Greg Thornton have swapped positions, and Greg Thornton spins out. Andrew Horn in the lead. Andrew Horn will be very happy with that indeed. And here comes the replay. Oh, goes backwards into the dirt there. Not good for the wheel alignment, that's for sure. And Greg Thornton will not be happy with that. He got going pretty quickly, but a big spin there by him. And that bodes well for Andrew Horn and his team, as they now slot into the lead of Class E. There is the Steve Clark car once again. And did they get that car going? They are fueling it up. Looks like Steve is still behind the wheel. And it's only 1 hour in. There is Mr. Martin. Legends of South African motorsport. Tony Martin and Brian Martin, of course, cousins, starting this backdraft category and building quite a few cars. So a few cars still available for rent for those of us aspiring race car drivers out there. Smoke coming from the 23 car. So Lile Letlaka's car. That is Chop Sepuka behind the wheel. Lots of smoke coming from that car. We saw the overrun early on, but that does look like it's coming from the front of the car and not looking good for this car. It's coming from the front left, and he's slowing down all the way. He is near the end of the circuit, and oh, that is not looking good. Is it touching on the bodywork over there, or is it coming from the engine or chassis itself? We're going to wait and find out. He's making his way into the pit lane now, and hopefully we get cameras on this. Let's see if we can get into the pit lane. Steve Clark makes his way back out onto the track, and this is none other than Chop Sepuka now coming into the pit lane. Chop Sepuka coming into the pit lane now to see if he can sort that car out. The number 72 car also now back out on the circuit. A lot slower than normal, looks like, the Steve Clark car. Nick Adcock still leads us off. 1 lap behind him is Patamba. 1 lap behind that is Jeffrey Krueger. And we've got eyes now on that number 16 car over there. Oh, there is the McLaren. And they are going back out. So they hopefully have sorted the problem out there. Let's see if they have sorted that problem out. And hopefully no more issues to deal with for that McLaren Chop Sapuka. In the McLaren over there, makes his way around. Oh, the number 11 car's out. That's the Morgenrud car. That looks like the Morgenrud car. That's Bapu. Sorry, that's Bapu. I apologize. That is Bapu in the dirt. Bapu is in the dirt. The development driver in the dirt there. Big spinner from him. A little bit fast in the dirt there. Try and take it slowly on the dirt with that. I apologize to the Morgenruds. Not your car's fine. Your car's still on circuit. That is Bapu over there in the development car. Unfortunately, running a little bit wide there, and his teammates aren't going to be happy with him. You need to bring that car home for your teammate. There's the 007 car we saw earlier, and this is the battle for first place in class. Andrew Horn and Greg Thornton battling it out, but now they've got Jeffrey Krueger to deal with as well. Jeffrey Krueger overtakes, but it looks like Andrew Horn is getting the push out wide there as Greg Thornton takes the position back. Greg Thornton takes the position back and reclaims the lead in Class E. Greg Thornton, after having spun out earlier on, retakes the lead in Class E, and now the racing continues. And the Xena car over there finds itself a little bit further down the order, but still in it with a chance. The racing still continues. It's not over yet, but it does look like Greg Thornton's car is a little bit faster at this stage. Just did a 2:09, his best time, and now did a 2:12. Best time for Andrew Horn is a 2:11. So Andrew Horn, unfortunately, down the order. Also down the order is Byron Victorious. We saw earlier on, he's in the pits, stuck in the pits. Dean Walson, the 23 car, also way down, and looks like he's out actually. So a couple of retirements there, as the 31 car makes its way around the circuit. In second place in class at the moment. Chop Sapuka comes past, everything seems fine. And this battle now starting to settle down a little bit. Hopefully Greg doesn't make another mistake again. He's going to want to try and keep it as tidy as possible. Jeffrey Krueger chasing down. Jeffrey Krueger only 1 lap down behind Nick Adcock now. Jeffrey Krueger just 1 lap behind the leader. And Krueger certainly pushing very hard here today. And Jeffrey Krueger in third position, having started from first and then falling all the way back. And there is a very healthy, very fast Christian Morgenrud. Car's looking good, no issues there. Here comes the 72 car of that is Clark, Steve Clark, all the way down now in 14th position. His last lap a 2:05, so he's back on pace or thereabouts. So Steve Clark back on pace, and here comes the bucket list racing car, not running quite as wide as it did earlier on. Peter Jenkins, but doing well though. Peter Jenkins running 4th position at the moment. So even after that spin, Peter Jenkins manages to recover. Just shows you the consistency and pace of those golf polo Super Cup cars, VW Polo Super Cup cars. And there is the number 23 car. That is Chop Sapuka. Chop Sapuka doing very well there. Chop Sapuka doing exceptionally well yet today, and unfortunately they had some issues with that car, so they had to do 2 unscheduled pit stops. And here come the Morgenrud brothers now doing a swap, Benjamin and Christian, and Christian was in the car. Benjamin will now be jumping into the car. And looks like he's already in, getting ready to be strapped in. You see the name Ben Morgenroot on the car as well. Big Ben Morgenroot, the man, the legend, in the pit lane there. And I'm sure some of you guys were firm supporters back in the day, the West Bank V8 days. So interesting talking to me yesterday, talking about the Capella and others, all the cars over the years. Here comes Adcock in the lead, overtaking the Clark car over there, Steve Clark in the 72. Nick Adcock still in the lead, lest we forget, but Jeffrey Krueger chasing him down hard in third position. Mikhail Patamba running a solid pace, but I don't think he's going to be chasing down Krueger, at least Adcock, just yet. But wait for our man to jump into the car, Michael Stephen, as they once again, oh no, puncture in the front. Puncture in the front, looks like it. And the Letlaka car, Chop Sapuka, with a puncture in the front. Oh, the tire gun hot there. So when you get a puncture like that, not only do the brakes generate an excessive amount of heat, the friction generated by running on the wheel generates even more heat. So that car unfortunately must have been running very hot there. And even with the gloves on, the wheelman over there still feeling the heat. And they go out again. Another unscheduled stop for Letlaka and Chop Sapuka. Jeffrey Krueger across the line now on the same lap as Patamba. Jeffrey Krueger with Patamba now. They'll be chasing him down. Jeffrey Krueger now chasing down Patamba. They will be on the same lap. The gap still quite substantial, 1 minute 16 seconds, but let's see how that gap remains. And the problem with getting a situation like this is now you've got to be concerned as to what the car is going to feel like, what the car is going to do, how the car is driving, or is there concern for how the car's feeling. As the 31 Xena car once again circulates. And just look at the pace of that car. Nice little slide there. And earlier on he was battling for contention for the top spot in class, but unfortunately got overtaken by the 007 car. And so going to clear now. We might have a retirement in pit. Let's find out some more.
Alright, it seems that one of the cars has come in again, one of the backdraft races. I'm coming in to say hi. How's it going so far?
Not the best day so far. Been stuck in a fueling problem. So let's hope we can get it sorted.
Do you think you're going to get back out again? I've seen you come into the pits about 3-4 times now already.
So we're just struggling to resolve the issue. So I don't know, they're working on it. So hopefully we can get out in the next 5 minutes and try and get back into a podium.
Yeah, you were performing really well. You were out in pole when you came into the problem, correct?
Yeah, we were leading. Maintaining the pace, and I got a little bit of catching us, so that was going great. And then they called me in over the radio and said we've got a fueling problem. So we'll check what happens now. And actually, we can just finish this good pace and see how the event goes.
Alright, well, I wish you all the best.
Yeah.
That is disappointing. Hopefully we are going to see him back out on the track this afternoon and definitely get into that podium finish.
Oh man, what a pity. Always a pity when you've got the pace, you've got all the right ingredients, but then something goes wrong and next thing you know, you're in the pits with a problem. So that is motorsport, that is racing. And unfortunately, the team I was chatting to early on, the family team over there, unfortunately Baden Pretorius, and I think it's his brother that he's driving with him. The family being managed by another family member as well, unfortunately now find themselves in the precarious position of potentially being ousted from the grid, or at least from this race. They were right up front in class, and here they find themselves now all the way down. Baden Pretorius in 15th position at the moment. What a pity. Now, we are on board with Jeffrey Krueger, the hard-charging Jeffrey Krueger. Now on the same lap as Mikhail Patamba. The gap now has dropped down to 1 minute and 6 seconds. Oh, number 11 car's out. Number 11 car spun out. Bapu spun out again. Bapu spun out again. He's going to have to try and keep that car on the circuit, rejoin safely. We've got the Steve Clark car back in the pits as well. Krueger is with us in the pits. Let's find out.
Ernest, it seems that Car 72 Backdraft Racing is having a little bit of a gearbox problem, but it does seem like the team is out yet again and onto the racetrack. They just had a little bit of a chat with the driver, just trying to understand what the problem is, and I think he might do 1 or 2 changes, and let's hope he stays out for the rest of the race.
Oh, what another pity. I mean, that's such a thing. You've got to try and understand what the problem is, and in order to do so, you might need to come into the pits, but that means you can lose time. So Steve Clark back out there again, still driving, 1 hour and 15 minutes done, and Steve Clark still pedaling that car around the circuit. As here comes the 007 car. There is your current standings at the moment. As you can see, Greg Thornton looking very good in 5th position there ahead of Class E, and certainly one of the fastest guys in class at the moment. The pace, not only the pace that he's able to maintain, Valie Rasmus on similar pace further down the order, but Greg Thornton, the consistency even after a mistake early on, as we see Chop Sapuka getting overtaken by the leader there, Nick Adcock. And is that the 262 car out again? I'd need to get a closer look, but Adcock certainly now getting very consistent times, and Adcock's last time was very close to his best. So Nick Adcock now is starting to push hard a little bit. He's starting to put the hammer down ever so slightly, because he knows that Jeffrey Krueger is chasing him down. Mikhail Patamba now, the gap under a minute between Mikhail Patamba and Jeffrey Krueger. So Krueger definitely chasing him down hard, and this of course is Steve Clark in the sensational looking backdraft Roadster over there. This one a little bit more special than the others. It's got a different chassis if I'm not mistaken. Same engine, but with a lot more work done. So it hasn't got the normal 300 horsepower 1UZ setup. Some of the cars running between 280 and 300 horsepower. This one with a substantial amount of power up on those other backdraft cars. But we're going back to the pits now. Krueger's got some more information for us. Let's find out what she has to say.
We seem to have another car that has just come in, car 86. I'm going to see if I can get to the driver quickly over here. Disappointing, back into the pits. What seems to be the problem?
Yeah, we just lost gears completely.
Oh no.
Yeah, the gear lever's not doing anything, so they're just quickly having a look. Hopefully we can get back out.
I was just about to say, do you think they're going to be able to fix the issue?
I hope so.
Right, well, we have a hopeful driver here. Hopefully we are going to see him back out on the track today. Best of luck.
Cool, thank you.
That's car 86 in the pits at the moment. Seems to be a gearbox problem yet again. There's another car just has come in. Let's see if we can run down to that side.
Yeah, Johan Null over there, unfortunately back in the pits, also Class E. And man, what a pity so far for the 86 car. Gearbox issues. They came here wanting to challenge the backdraft boys, but now they find themselves in the pits. Hopefully it's just a linkage issue. If it is a linkage issue, they should be able to get that car back and going again. There we have eyes on one of the sports cars. Sports car racing, of course, now having a big resurgence here in South Africa, thanks to the endurance series. Lots more sports cars coming out the woodworks, and I promise you guys, for the next race there's going to be a whole bunch more, because a whole bunch of cars weren't able to make to the first round. That's usually the case with a championship. You see a bunch of cars not able to make the first round of a championship, but this time they definitely will be more back to the pit lane with Kriya's got some more info.
All right, it seems like we're just doing a driver change over here. Car number 11 seems to be okay. Quick refuel as well. I'm going to see if we can get to the driver as soon as he's strapped in his co-driver.
That's Bapu over there, and he's had a couple of spin-outs. He's got the L sign on the car. He did say that they're still learning the car, they're still learning the craft, and now the car's fueled up. They did do a driver change by the looks of things, and his co-driver will be jumping in with him. So that's a push there from Mr. Martin, and let's see if Kriya can get us some more info. Here we go.
Why not? You can take it off if you want.
Kriya just wrangling for that interview.
I'm standing here with Bobby. Bobby, how was that race? How was that ride? Was it great? I see a lot of cars coming in struggling with gearboxes.
Yes, it is very challenging on the gears because the first two sectors are just gear change after gear change, so you don't open it up. And for what it is, it was very nice.
But I see that you and your teammates seem to be managing that gearbox quite well.
That's what we were told to try and do, because if we can keep to that, then we'll go for longer without having to fix anything. So it's really about car management, the tires and the gearbox mainly.
Do you think you're going to see it out to the end of this race?
That's definitely what we want. We want to take it right to the end, and we'll make up positions as we go along, but we'll take it right to the end.
What is your pit strategy after this? Are you guys going to do another change?
Yes, we have one more change now. Krueger will go the longest. I do the first short stint and I do the last short stint.
Fabulous. Wish you all the best of luck.
Thank you, man. Thank you.
Well, there you have it. Fikile and Bobby seem to be doing a great job managing their car. Let's see if they can keep in the race for the rest of it.
Yep, Fikile back out there at the moment, and he's got his work cut out for him. They are currently now running in 13th position. A solid performance so far, 13th position, but they're going to want to get further up the order. Steve Clark just behind them, so he'll be chasing them down, but the Steve Clark car, unfortunately, very, very, very slow at the moment because they are not able to get those times, and they're also not able. Oh, there comes Zolile's car again, and Zolile, of course, Chop Sapuka driving the car at the moment. The Letlaka Sapuka car back in the pits again, and here comes Steve Clark in the 72 car. Steve Clark in that 72 car, unfortunately way down the order, was fighting for top spot in at least a top 3 position, and looks like Patamba also starting to drop the hammer a little bit, get a little bit of pace. Nick Adcock with some very consistent times there, and Jeffrey Kruger not able to stick it to him as much as he was able to early on. So well done to Nick Adcock for literally finding some consistency there so that he's able to stay ahead. And that's kind of what you got to do in these kind of situations. Billy Erasmus there on screen as Billy Erasmus crosses the line in that backdraft car. He is also looking good in 3rd position in Class E. But the man of the moment, Nick Adcock, in the lead at the moment. 155.95 or 915 his previous best time. His best time 155.2, so very consistent for Adcock as he comes up on the Morgan Reed car, and Adcock in Class A, and Nick Adcock looking very good out there, very quick in that car, and he's going to be hoping for a win here in the Legier. Of course, that Legier is sensationally fast, and running the Honda engine, Honda K20 engine, very popular on the tuning scene, and it is just a fantastically fast car. But another Legier, also running a K series engine, is that man over there, Jeffrey Kruger. Jeffrey Kruger hoping to chase down the top 2 drivers. And the JS Legier chassis looks like it. fantastically fast cars. And Ligier, of course, one of those companies that builds ultra high performance cars. Oh no! Bucketless car has spun out. Bucketless car spun out across the track. The bucketless car spun out. Looks like there might be oil on the circuit. Looks like there might be oil on the circuit. We've just heard now. The bucketless car spun out, and I think there might be oil on the circuit. I've just heard shouting. They're gonna have to take it easy through there. There might be oil on the circuit, and we got a replay of that spin. So let's see what happened there. Oh, a big spin there. Oh no! And look at the Porsche locking up behind him. Manages to avoid the action, and again, Patamba stays out of trouble. Patamba stays out of trouble. And unfortunately that car spinning out there. Just look at that. Still circulating quite slowly, so hopefully no damage then. But Patamba has unfortunately made a bit of a mistake. Managed to keep it together as the Polo spins out, but I don't think that was a mistake. I think there might be some oil there. The marshals have called for the oil flag, or the change of surface flag, as they say. Change of surface flag, as they say. And what a pity then for that spin out, but still in the running though. Not too bad. I mean, the thing about a 4-hour race is that if you do have one spin out, it's not the end of the world, as long as you don't crash. And the thing is that as we go to pit lane now to find out some more information.
Ernest, it is a very festive atmosphere here down in the pits. All the teams and all the supporters are coming out and having a great afternoon, but it does seem like there's a little bit of concern. Ernest, maybe you can shed some light on us about this one. There seems to be some oil on the track. I can see a couple of teams ready to pull their cars in, but they're not acting just yet. Ernest, what exactly is happening?
Yeah. Back to the action as Patamba circulates the track now. Patamba looking very good out there and doing well to avoid incidents twice today. Early on in the the SAGT race that we watched, a fantastic performance from Patamba. Podiums in both races, and then managing to avoid an incident with the hard charging Jason Ibbotson, also managing to snatch a podium. But this time one of the Polo Cup cars spinning out there, and still in the running though. Peter Jenkins still in the running, and Patamba though has lost quite a little bit of ground to Jeffrey Kruger. Jeffrey Kruger now only 29 seconds behind him, and the gap early on was 1 minute and 8 seconds. So Jeffrey Kruger, but with pit stops comes overlaps, and we don't know how long the Patamba car can run. Maybe it can run much longer than Jeffrey Kruger's car. As we look at Chopsapuka now in 8th position, Class A, and Chopsapuka currently running in 3rd place in Class A. So they're going to want to stay there and make sure that they get that 3rd position. Chopsapuka now on pace for his best time. Neanderthal looking good out there. Neanderthal looking very good out there. But he's not driving at the moment. That's the Neanderthal racing car. That's Martin Bench driving at the moment. Martin Bench has got lots of experience in endurance. But now, speaking of Martins, we're going to chat to Tony Martin in the pit lane and let you
Martin, Tony, you are pretty much responsible for the backdraft cars. Tell me a little bit more about what we're seeing on track and the cars that we're seeing.
Well, we built a lot of cars. We built about 20 of these big races. and we also brought a prototype here which is a little bit quicker. Unfortunately we were running very well in third place and picked up a misfire, so we dropped right down. But one of our spec cars is still running in fifth place, which we're very happy with, fifth and sixth place actually. So we hope that we will keep up and end up there.
Right, Tony, what do you kind of think about this new setup that we have with the Endurance Series? It's a beautiful new way that we're doing racing. Are you enjoying it?
Yeah, we are enjoying it. I think we've still got quite a way to go, iron out all the snags and that, but we've got some wonderful cars and excellent drivers running in the series.
Speaking about excellent drivers, you are no unfamiliar face to the racetrack. You won the Daytona 24-hour back in the day. Tell me a little bit about that experience.
Well, we went to America with the Creepy Crawley team, Graham Duxbury, Sorrel Van der Merwe and myself, and yes, we had a good run and we managed to win the 24-hour.
Do you have any advice for some of the youngsters that's on the track today?
Just keep a cool head. It's a long race, especially races like this. They won in the pits, and I think you just got to take it easy out there and you'll end up very high up.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Pleasure. Thank you.
Hearing it from a champion himself, Ernest, back to you.
Oh my goodness, the Tony Martin gives me goosebumps, of course, winning the Daytona 24-hour with our main man, Sorrel Van der Merwe and Graham Duxbury, of course. And it was one of the biggest single achievements for South African motorsport back in the day, in a time where those creepy crawly cars, the 962s and the Porsches alike, were exceptionally fast, competitive. Another driver that was in the paddock from the same era, also the 962 era, was in the paddock yesterday, and I mean, I just could not believe that some of these drivers are walking around here, and it's also nice to hear them saying that they like what's happening here. They love the series, they love the endurance racing, and they love the fact that endurance racing is picking up. And that driver was, of course, none other than George Fischer, raced in Japan with great success, and also got a Le Mans win a couple of years ago. But the man of the moment certainly now is Tony Martin, and I've got to say, I get a little bit starstruck when I meet some of these guys, because they are the pioneers that paved the way for the rest of us. And glad to see that Mr. Martin is still up and about, and in some cases still racing. And the backdraft is, of course, his brainchild, along with his cousin, also Mr. Martin. So it's nice to see the Martin cousins doing what they do, making this kind of racing possible. But now the drivers were slowly circulating earlier, and I'm just checking if the yellow flag is still out. It looks like it. Yes, we are under safety car conditions by the looks of things. Just need to confirm that. It looks like we are indeed. Nick Adcock doing a 2:31 early on, so we are circulating very slowly, and these drivers need to make sure that they keep it tidy and safe with the yellow flag waving. There does seem to be some oil on the circuit, and it does seem to be some oil on the circuit, so they need to take their time around the track, that's for sure. Well, we're going to the pits with Greg Thornton. Let's see what he has to say.
Obviously, with the yellow flag, we're seeing quite a few cars come into the pits, but one that has come in seems to have a little bit of a problem with power steering. We're seeing him turn his steering wheel just to try and feel out that steering wheel, and some power steering fluid is getting put into the car as well. So pressure's been lost there, not getting power steering. We're going to have to see if they can fix this and get this car out again.
Greg Thornton there in the 007 car, doing exceptionally well today, even with
power steering on that one.
There we go.
That's a long way, an hour and a half with no power steering. But yeah, I think we're where we want to be, I hope. I think we got in the lead and put a few seconds down, and somebody dropped all their oil a few laps ago. So at least we got a pit stop behind the safety car. So yeah, let's just hope it keeps going. But power steering going at the early it slipped all over my foot, and I felt it on lap one on my left pedal, and I was thinking, okay, it's clutch, right? With clutchless gear change, and I did a few clutchless gear changes, and then I fell back to doing a clutch change, and I was thinking, but the clutch is working. And then the steering got heavier and heavier, and I think Tony does it deliberately to try and keep us all farts alive.
Well, congratulations, all the best. Shane, thank you. Thanks. All right, well, at least they're back out on track. Take advantage of the safety car, and let's see how they perform.
Yep, that was Greg Thornton, and now we cut to scenes on the circuit as the marshals wave the fairy dust to try and get rid of some of that oil. Look at that oil, it's quite a bit on the Nianatoy running the inside line there, missing the oil. Of course, the clock still ticks on this endurance race because the racing must continue. They've just got to circulate now, though. But unfortunately, this does not account, but the cars now will get bunched up. And that means that guys like Nick Adcock, any lead that they may or may not have had on the lead lap will be eviscerated. And that means that drivers like Patamba will be closer to the leader, but also the hard-charging Jeffrey Kruger will be right up there. Jeffrey Kruger now in second position. Finds himself in second position, one lap down, but ahead of Michael Stephen, who's now driving in place of Patamba. So now we're going to see some serious pace from Michael Stephen to try and catch up to Jeffrey Kruger. Peter Jenkins in fourth position. Andrew Horn all the way up in fifth place, the first of the Class E runners. Rob Clark in sixth position, second in Class D behind Pete Jenkins, and then Chop Sepuka in Class A in seventh place. So this is looking very good for the class leaders at this stage. Safety car still deployed, and the drivers now bunched up. They did mention that they're going to wait for all the cars to catch up like this, and although the lead car is Nick Adcock, we've still got some backmarkers and other cars in between him and Jeffrey Kruger, who is now one lap down on Nick Adcock. Just one lap after earlier on being down multiple laps. Michael Stephen obviously now having pitted. It says here Michael Stephen is in Class B. I'm pretty sure I saw Class A earlier on, but it does look like he's now classified as Class B. So that's very interesting stuff. So we'll have to wait and see. If he is Class B, that means that this is not between Patamba and Kruger. So Michael Stephen will then be fighting his own battle as we watch the guys circulate around under safety car conditions. And the dust clearing. It's always nice to see the dust clear, and always nerve-wracking to hit the dust the first couple of times at speed. Even though you know it's covering the oil, you still kind of wonder how slippy is it underneath that oil. So these drivers will be circulating, some of them with vast amounts of experience. Nick Adcock, of course, racing overseas in Formula in Asia Le Mans recently, and going over to European Le Mans later in the year as well. So lots of experience there under the helmet for Nick Adcock. Jeffrey Kruger also very experienced in second position with Polo Super Cup, and just the other day battling it out with Thomas Faulkner, my fellow motoring journalist, in the Lotus Cup. And then Michael Stephen, of course, multiple South African national champion and Mr. Consistency this weekend, it seems, in third position there, bringing it home. And here comes the Audi leaning on it over there, the Audi pace car leaning on that front left. It's going to make sure to keep a little bit of speed. Spoken to some of these drivers about the pace car. They want a little bit of speed, not they need to get air inside the car. They need to get air inside the engine, especially some of these cars without complex fanning systems. They are ram air fed for cooling, especially the out there. We are back live again, but don't worry about it, you didn't miss much of the action. This is of course safety car conditions at this stage, and the drivers now just circulating the circuit, trying to keep those cars all warmed up, ready for action. Yeah, so I'm looking at the comments over here on the YouTube stream. How's it, guys, out there on YouTube? Aftermarket 69 says it's the Ford dropping oil. So Aftermarket 69 says it's the Ford dropping the oil. Hopefully that's not the case. Peter Conning says, okay, go Jeff. Let's go Andrew. Maceman. Come on, Phil. Let's make up some places. Here comes another one. It's Class Eco. It's a Nash. Oh, I apologize. Yes, that is the Nash. Yes, you're right. That is the Nash. The guys on the YouTube stream as friendly as always. And we are back online, folks. We are back online. Yes, I did actually chat to the guys in the Nash. I apologize for getting that wrong. I did actually chat to the guys in the Nash. They do mention it's got a 2-liter 8-valve engine under the hood. And yes, we are still getting to know some of these cars here. So apologies for that mistake on that car. I actually chatted to Zander as well and his dad who were driving that car. So hopefully we can get racing soon. And hopefully next time I see the Nash, to the YouTubers out there, I will get it right this time. So here we go, back to the action. We're still waiting for the racing to continue, and yeah, it does look like oil is out on the circuit. Lots of oil, in fact, as the marshals try and sort that out and make sure that all of that is cleared up. The safety car's still out. Safety car's still out, and we're still waiting for the all clear from the marshals. I'm hoping that we can get that sooner rather than later, and then we can get back to the racing. There is Patamba once again, Mikhail Patamba. And Facebook viewers, welcome back as well. Facebook viewers, welcome back as well. We are about to go racing once again. Facebook viewers, welcome. Still no indication as to how long this is going to take, but hopefully not much longer. Just waiting for couple of cars to or at least the marshals to clear up that oil. Through the first sector over there was where that oil was dropped, and quite a bit of it. We saw one of the cars spinning out, and unfortunately, yeah, that caused a little bit of a problem here for us right now. We've been out on the circuit for quite a while under safety car conditions. Not ideal. The driver's now taking a bit of a breather, and it's going to get hot in those cars, I'm sure. So they need to make sure that they get this going as quickly as possible. We all want to see some racing happening here. In the front there, we've still got Nick Adcock in the front. Nick Adcock leads us off. Still your leader at this stage with the best time of 1:55 at this stage. But currently they are lapping at 3 minutes 15. So quite a bit slower. I'm sure the drivers are frustrated inside those cars, wanting to make sure that they can get going as quickly as possible. And we have green flag racing. There we go, ladies and gentlemen. The flags have dropped. The drivers are going once again. And Nick Adcock leads us off. Jeffrey Krueger just one lap down at this stage. And Jolile Letlaka and Chop Sapuka there. Oh, that looks like Jeffrey Krueger touches the side of the circuit there. And yes, that is a Nash that he's overtaking for YouTubers, for the YouTube viewers over there. The 8-valve powered Nash just behind him. And Jeffrey Krueger gets it a bit squirrely there, but manages to maintain. He is used to front-wheel drives. He mentioned it himself yesterday. And he did mention that he is more used to front-wheel drive cars, and this is the fastest car he's ever driven, but manages to maintain there as Chop Sapuka leads him off. Chop Sapuka just in front. But as far as the standing goes, Chop Sapuka is in Class A in 7th position. And further up is Jeffrey Krueger in 2nd place. So even though Chops is in front of him, Jeffrey Krueger is in 2nd position. This, of course, is Red Star Raceway. Lots of twists and turns through this circuit. A very complex circuit. The circuit that the drivers say they need to sacrifice on certain corners to make sure that they make it through. And Jeffrey Krueger now starting to apply some pressure to Chop Sapuka. He should get past him quite handily, I'm sure. But let's see if he's able to do so. And there goes Nick Adcock. Nick Adcock now using this opportunity to gain an advantage, I'm sure, as Kruger gets held up a little bit. And Kruger goes through. Kruger goes through. And Nick Adcock, I'm sure, using this to his full advantage, currently on lap number 50. With Jeffrey Kruger on lap 49, Michael Stephen on lap number 48. So, of course, this is the South African Endurance Series. And this is the 4 hours of Red Star Raceway. 4 hours of racing. The drivers are almost at the halfway mark as one of the marshals makes his way through. Here comes one of the backdrop roadsters. A spectacular car, V8 1UZ powered car. Willie Erasmus there. Willie Erasmus in Class E, all the way down in 12th position. And there comes one of the Nashes again. Bucket list racing all the way through, touches the dust. Oh, the guys are all concertina together now. Patamba, the Patamba car looking on, but that of course isn't Patamba, that's Michael Stephen, and he's going to want to get past. Michael Stephen is in 3rd position. Michael Stephen in 3rd position, and there is Jeffrey Kruger. And of course, Nick Adcock still in the lead. He's going to want to make sure that he keeps that lead, but I think Jeffrey Kruger is behind him now. It does look like, is that the Kruger car behind him about to lap? Let's find out. See another sports car in the back there. And Nick Adcock able to maintain out there for almost 2 hours. Can you believe that? Nick Adcock out there for 2 hours almost. So surely he must be coming in for a pit stop soon. Yep, and that is Kruger. Kruger watching on there. And Jeffrey Kruger still down 1 lap though. How did he catch up so quickly? Unbelievable stuff there from Kruger. His last lap at 2 minute. Both of them in the 2 minute range. But still nose to tail, line stern. And there comes Patamba now getting past the bucket list racing Polo Super Cup car. And still making it past. Oh, there it goes. There it happens. There it happened. And applause from the audience over there. They know what this means. Jeffrey Kruger's gotten past Nick Adcock. And Jeffrey Kruger is now starting to unlap himself, which means he's only 1 lap down on Nick Adcock. Nick Adcock won't be too concerned at this stage. The second drivers will hopefully balance things out later on, but Nick has still managed to, even after starting at the back of class, Jeffrey Kruger in first in class, Nick Adcock still managing to stay out in front of the entire Class A field. There we now have eyes on Nick Adcock, and that's a position he's going to want to be in. He's going to want to stay ahead of that car. He's going to want to try and unlap himself. I'm sure that's the mission over here. Great job from the marshal, says Aftermarket 69. Great job from the marshals. I think Aftermarket 69 is a big fan of the Jeffrey Kruger car. So I love the YouTube comments. Aftermarket 69 says that the Cup car is a real race car. Yes, I did call it a real race car. Of course, it's a real race car. What else is it going to be? Thanks for the pointers, though. I appreciate all the assistance from the comments. And here we go again. There is the real race car. That, of course, is the Patamba car driven by Michael Stephen. And Michael Stephen over there now starting to put some serious lap times down. He has to if he wants to get back into contention. Just did a 2:04. The best time of the car was a 1:58. So let's see if he can pick up the pace. Currently in Class B. leading Class B. And we have Krueger in the pits. Let's see what she has to say.
I'm standing here in front of car 262. Warren Peterson was driving this car. Seems to have taken a little bit of a knock in the front. As you can see, one of the lights are out, and apparently a knock in the back as well. I'm going to see if I can get hold of Warren. He's just run away from me quickly. Whilst you guys check out the car, let me see if I can find him.
Okay, hold on. Don't guys. Keep on your feet. I think we can fix it, man. We want to block out here, then go back. Yep, straight. Done.
Oh, some damage on the front of that car there as the backdraft car gets pushed. And unfortunately, it's like
So inside information also says that there is a broken steering wheel on this car. They are going to try and fix it, I think, but it's not looking too positive. It seems like the team is not awfully happy about this. I'm still going to try and steal Barnes for a quick interview.
yeah, the woes for Barent continues as Krueger watches on, trying to wait for the moment. Here we go.
Just a quick one, Barnes. I know you are a little bit stressed. Tell me what happened out there.
I don't know. There was the guy in the Mini, and he braked, and I was on like next to him, and the gap looked decent, and then he just turned in on me.
So what are we seeing in terms of damage?
I don't know, but it looks quite serious. Yeah.
Does this mean?
I think it's game over, unfortunately, but we're going to try and fix it. We've got a good team here. I just feel extremely disappointed because I shouldn't make mistakes like this, but the gap was there, and I took the chance because I wanted to get past him, and I felt the gap was there. It looked open, and
Shame. Don't beat yourself up about it. This track's not all that easy, and you guys overcame all your fuel issues that you were having earlier.
but it's not how we should race. We should. I feel like I've made a big mistake here, but he left me the gap, and it really looked clean. So there's nobody to blame. It was a racing incident, but the gap was there. So.
Well, let me leave you to get back to your team. Thank you very much. Shame. Barnes seems a little bit disappointed there, but I hope that this team does manage to come back from it. They had massive fuel issues. Now this little bumper bashing seems to really affect the team's chances today.
Yep, Barent unfortunately getting the short end of the stick. Oh no! That looks like the 18 car over there. That looks like the number 18 car. And that is Brandon Dean partnered with Willie Rasmus, looks like it. Oh my goodness me, parked on the side of the circuit, and he looks like he is not happy at the moment. And this is not good news for yet another backdraft car. Of course, the backdraft car, so many of them out there. Willie Rasmus indeed parked out on the circuit there. And he's not going to be happy with this at all. 2 hours so far. Willie started the race, so he's not going to be happy with that at all. And Barent, another one that's not happy, as Bucket List Racing car makes its way around the circuit again. And Barent looking like they have terminal damage on that car at this stage. Oh my goodness me, Willie Rasmus on the end of the short straight over there, just before the sharp 90 banked left-hander. And that car looks like it's parked. We've got another interview in the pits. Krueger has got some more information for us.
This is NDT Racing, and they're just coming in for a quick refuel and driver change. Neon Dutoy is getting into the car. It seems like he's just making sure 100% that he's happy with what the car is looking like. I'm going to see if I can get his co-driver Martin to chat to us in just a few minutes. I see him standing there over there chatting to his team manager. If you come around with me, you can have a look how they are refueling this car, getting it ready. Quick one for them, still in the race. Just a driver change and a refuel. Let me get Martin for you quickly. Martin. This is Martin. Martin, how's it going out there?
It's we had a safety car, which was quite relaxing. So you could catch a breather, but unfortunately our clutch just decided to give it just went. And Nian is now going to try to hop in the car and drive without a clutch. I don't know how he's going to do it. But this is endurance racing. It's quite rough. But the track is fantastic. We're having a great day. So it's wonderful.
Everyone going into this race figured that the clutches were going to be a problem on this track, and now we're seeing it.
Yeah, well, we didn't think that. We thought we got a very strong button clutch, so but it felt like a cable or something snapping. We're coming down the back straight just before the turn. I put it into third, it just went. So I had to just come home in third. I'm not talented enough to change gears without a clutch. So let's hope Nian can bring it home.
But you still have a big smile on your face, and I think that's what matters.
This is wonderful. This is the best. So just love this type of race.
No more driver changes after this. Nian's going to take it to the end.
Nian's going to take it to the end from here.
All right, Martin, thank you very much. Well, there you hear it from car number 20 from NDT Racing. Nian du Toit is going to take this car to the end of the race.
Oh my goodness me, with just 2 hours left, Nian du Toit is going to take this car all the way to the end. It's a long drive home, that's for sure. And he's going to have to drive that car without a clutch. I spoke to Nian about that car. They've got a triple plate clutch in that car. And other than that, the car's relatively BMW-esque. They've got a 328 engine in there with a turbocharger. Here comes the safety car. Here comes the safety car now. The safety car will be heading out on circuit. So looks like the safety car will be making its way out onto the circuit, and this could change things once again, especially for Nick Adcock and Jeffrey Kruger. Jeffrey Kruger now finding himself still in second position, but the safety car looks poised and ready to go, and just waiting for the leaders to come out, I would imagine. But Barent, lots happening at the moment. Barent and his team looks like they are currently parked in the pit lane, still waiting. Barent Pretorius in the 262 car. Here comes the safety car now. Jeffrey Kruger in second position, and we just saw that Nian du Toit now has to drive this car without a clutch, and of course that's going to be quite tricky because clutchless changes or trying to get the car through the gears without using the clutch, you've got a rev matcher, it's kind of like driving a truck. So very tricky stuff indeed. And I think he's going to be struggling his way around. But if anybody can do it, it's going to be Nian du Toit, as the safety car waves past the rest of the cars to pick up the leader. He's going to be picking up Nick Adcock. And there goes Jeffrey Kruger. And Jeffrey Kruger is going to be very happy about this, because this means that he should be even closer to Nick Adcock. Let's see. As here they come once again. That is the Patamba car, driven by Michael Stephen. Class B leaders Michael Stephen, so not their fight. They'll be happy to take Class B honors, I'm sure, but still running third overall. There was also Chop Sapuka in Class A, running third in Class A at the moment. Chop Sapuka behind Kruger and Adcock. And there you see your leader, Nick Adcock, in first position. The Facebook and YouTube streams are back up, folks, so let your friends know we are streaming on Facebook, SA Endurance Series, and of course on YouTube as well. SA Endurance Series is where you can see all the action. Janet Wood says, well done so far, Nick. Michael Jensen up next. So let's see what happens. They're going to do a driver swap soon. Nick Adcock has been driving this car for 2 solid hours. And as we look up, we see the 2-hour mark get breached. 2 hours of racing completed with 1 hour and 59 minutes to go. Still plenty racing to go. And that backdraft car there at a very precarious spot right at the end of one of the straights. So not an ideal spot at all. Not an ideal spot at all. And let's see if they can get that cleared up quickly. This is now the second yellow flag we've seen in a very short period of time. And hopefully they can get that fixed as quickly as possible. The safety car's out, and here comes the pit stops now. That is one of the Nashes pulling into the pits there, the number 31 car. And then behind that we've got the Legier pulling in as well. And now the Marshals pulling the car out. So the perfect opportunity for pit stops now on the 2-hour mark. And the drivers now will be perfectly poised to get that pit stop going. try and get a pit stop going as that stricken backdraft car gets pulled off the circuit. What a pity though. What a pity. Willie Rasmus getting pulled off the circuit. And what a shame to see that car being towed like that. The marshals now trying to get this car off as quickly as possible. And then we can go back to racing. Of course, the corner there was turn 6 where all the action happened at the end of one of the straights, turn 6. And the drivers will be doing some substantial speeds there as they make their way into that left-hander. It's a banked section. And he looked like he just went straight on there. What a shame. On the exit of turn number 6. Safety car still out, at least for one more lap. And looks like Nick Adcock also in the pits. So this is where the team tactics come into play, folks. This is where the team tactics come into play. Looks like a few cars have made their way into the pits now. And the car has been cleared up, also getting towed on the way to the pits. But not quite the way Willie Rasmus would have wanted it. Safety car flag still waving. Some of the drivers happy to take a break, I'm sure. There is the Nick Adcock car. Fast and Furious pit lane change over there. Sorry about the Fast and Furious reference, guys, but came to mind. These guys are seasoned when it comes to endurance racing. Nick Adcock, multiple champions, races Asia Le Mans and European Le Mans. And checking to see the car is good to go is Jesse Huggett. Rico Barlow racing in the mix as well there. This Ligier JS chassis exceptionally fast. And now it's time for their second driver to hop into the car. Michael Jensen now behind the wheel of the 8-core 247 with Rico Barlow racing car. And that is your lead car at the moment if everything stands as it does. The safety car still currently out there, but this could be the last lap. We're going to wait and see now. If Jensen can get onto the tail of this troop over here, then this will be a massive advantage. Oh, the safety car still out there very slowly. Circulating now. And Nick Adcock and his teammate will be wanting to get back with the pack as quickly as possible, that's for sure. Michael Jensen now behind the wheel. Jeffrey Kruger still in second position. Michael Stephen still in third place. There goes Michael Jensen. And I'm sure he's going to be happy that he got the car in first position. Jeffrey Kruger still has to pit though and swap to his other driver. As mentioned, Kruger was not supposed to be driving this car this weekend. He got called in on the very last minute, did Kruger. And he's very happy to be here though. I mean, he said it's one of the fastest cars he's ever driven, the 78 car. Rian Botma, his teammate, will be standing by to be jumping in any moment now, I'm sure. And the safety car still circulating. Let's see, they go past the pits. I think the stricken car is still on the circuit, so they're going to be going around the pits one more around the circuit one more time, past the pits. and around the circuit one more time. Look at those two SAGT cars. We saw them early on. GT3 spec. McLaren in front, driven by Sepuka, and Porsche Cup car, the very real race car as it was referred to earlier on, is right behind him. Porsche Cup spec car, not GT3 spec, so in Class B, but still holding its own in the Pro-Am category earlier on, getting 2 podium spots in the Pro-Am division. And here comes the stricken car into the pit lane. From my side I can see Willie Erasmus' car over there into the pits. So that means
I'm standing here with Mr. Robert Clark. How are you doing, sir? How's the race been?
It's been great, thank you very much. I've really been enjoying myself. Our car is going great, and yeah, so far it's been a great day. I hope we can just carry on.
We did chat to car 262 a little bit earlier. You had a little bit of a bumper bashing with him.
Yeah, it was after the safety car restart, going down to the hairpin at the back of the second straight. I'm not quite sure what happened, but I was ahead of him, and when I turned in, I got a bang on the side of the door. So I don't know whether he outbraked himself or he wasn't expecting me to turn in, but I think it was generally a racing incident. We both managed to carry on, so that was all that counts, really.
Shame, I think he's a little bit disappointed about it because now he's having a couple of steering wheel issues and they don't know if they're going to get the car out again. I haven't seen if it's left the pits as of yet, but he also said it was a racing incident.
No, I think it was. You know, these things happen. That's what motorsport is all about, and we've got to suck it up and get on with it.
Are you going to be going into the car again? Are you guys doing another driver change?
I've finished my session, so my co-driver Anthony Pretorius is in now. He's a lot younger than me, so maybe he'll look a bit fresher than I do when he gets out the car.
All right, well, thank you very much for your time and best of luck.
It's a pleasure.
As you can see it there, just a driving incident, and I'm sure everyone's going to go back and have a look at the footage later, Ernest, so I hope, you know, your commentary was great.
well, unfortunately, that incident caused Baron Pretorius and the guys to have some issues there, but hopefully the 212 car is okay and can continue. Peter Jenkins and the boys there, hopefully they can continue. Of course, there was Pretorius there, sorry, the 1-2 car, Pretorius, Anthony Pretorius now in the car, and unfortunately he is as punted out. They had a bit of a racing incident, not a punt, a racing incident, and he is now on the circuit, but Barent unfortunately still in the pits, trying to find the names. We are racing once again. The green flag has dropped and we are racing once again, and this is it, ladies and gentlemen. Now the fight for the lead continues. Michael Jensen, Jeffrey Kruger will be battling it out for the lead. We see Patamba there in the mix as well, or Michael Stephen in the Patamba car, and getting overtaking that Mini over there, the 12 Mini. That is Anthony Pretorius. So that was the car that tussled earlier on. I was thinking of the Super Cup car, so that was the car that had the tussle with Barent earlier on. And let's see if we can see any damage on the back of the car. No damage by the looks of things, so might not have been a hard knock, but certainly enough to cause damage to the backdraft Roadster. And there goes Chop Sepuka, but the race for the lead continues as Jeffrey Kruger still one lap behind Michael Jensen. And we're going to have to take a close look at those times now to try and figure out if they are able to catch up. We're going back to the pits now with Kriya. More information coming our way.
The bucket list polo has just come in. We're going to see if we can get Peter Jenkins to have a chat to us. He had a little bit of an unfortunate spin there, so I'm going to see if I can get him as he comes out the car. There he is. Let me go fetch him. You don't have to take off your hood. I'll talk to you through it. Tell me a little bit about what's happening out there. You had a bit of a spin.
Yeah, it was the oil that a car had dropped going into the corner. And as I was coming in, I saw it shining there, and it was just too late.
Oh my goodness. And then
The
you
lead is
kind of
off.
didn't get
The
through
lead
it
is off.
easily either.
It's always your fault if you spin, there's no excuses.
No, I mean it was your oil and then you spun out.
No, it wasn't my oil.
How's the drive been so far? You guys enjoying it?
Yeah, the drive's actually been great. We've just done a 2-hour stint. That's been quite a long time in the car. The car's going well. Everybody's driving well. So it's actually a pleasure out there.
Are you guys going to do another driver change?
No, yeah, we're going to go to the end like this.
Alright, well best of luck to you.
Well, there they go, but the incident that just took place on the circuit, the lead car has spun out. That is the latest news. The lead car has spun out, and this is not looking good. Not looking good for Michael Jensen at all. Hopefully no damage. And that's actually the same corner where the bucket list car spun out earlier on. So Michael Jensen now everything to play for, but still looks like he is quite a bit ahead of Jeffrey Kruger. We're going to have to wait and see how Jeffrey Kruger does and if he's able to catch up as they come across the finish line. We're waiting for classifications, and they're making their way now to the third sector is the Michael Jensen car. And once he gets over the finish line, we'll be able to see exactly what that gap is and if that gap has gotten smaller. Michael Jensen, the lead car, the number 3 car in the lead of this race. And with a spin, unfortunately, that was not ideal at all with 2 hours of racing left to go.
The mini.
There goes the Morgan Root car. And Michael Jensen, and Jensen at least still on the circuit. Jensen still on the circuit, so the car's still circulating. Michael Jensen still circulating, and now makes his way onto the long back straight, still pushing hard. I just watched Nick Adcock in the pit lane now, looking over the pit wall. He's going to be wondering what is going on out there, but they've got radio comms with their teammate. Jeffrey Kruger just passed the finish line a couple of moments ago, so the gap is still substantial. Still substantial. Not quite. Looks like it's 1 lap at the moment based on our timing board over here. 1 lap at the moment, Jeffrey Kruger. We've got eyes on Michael Jensen over there. So 1 lap down is Jeffrey Kruger, still driving the car after 2 hours and 15 minutes. That's Neanderthal there, driving his car without any clutch. And I do see some smoke coming out the front of that car. I see some smoke coming out the front of that car. And hopefully it's nothing terminal. But it's exceptionally tricky driving a car around the circuit with no clutch. He mentioned to me that they were short shifting this car all the way around the circuit. So they were short shifting that car all the way around the circuit, not changing as many gears to try and save the gearbox. But in the end, the clutch then suffered, looks like it. And they've got a very, very thick triple plate clutch on that car. I actually saw it at the workshop when I visited the workshop in Cape Town. So very, very thick clutch on that car. So it's quite surprising that that clutch failed. But let's see how he does. If he's able to make it to the finish. That was their goal, to make it to the finish. That was their goal, to make it through to the finish. And there is your second place man. Second place man in that Honda powered Ligier. Let's see how he does. And surely the fatigue must be setting in now. But as mentioned by one of your comments, he is one of the best drivers in the country. And speaking of best drivers in the country, there goes your lead car. This time driven by Michael Jensen. And across the line goes Michael Jensen. Time of 1:59. So 1:59 for Michael Jensen. So he's circulating a little bit slower than his teammate. He managed to get a 154 earlier on, but maybe a bit shaken from that spin, and maybe trying to get that car, to check if the car is still in good condition. The 23 car pits. Mark Harvey. Into the pits goes Mark Harvey, coming in 16th position. And number 31 car there, the Nash 2-litre 8-valve powered car. That's Nico Roots there behind the wheel. Nico Roots behind the wheel currently. Oh, gets a look down the inside, does Morgan Root. And Nico Roots and Morgan Root are side by side. Nico slots back in front. Nico slots back in front, holding off the charging Morgan Root now. Fastest time for that car 2:10. Fastest time for Morgan Root 2:12. So a little bit of extra pace there. But NDT racing car, no clutch on this car, if you can believe it. But Neon the Toy still out there, still pushing. And these two now battling it out extensively here. The Nash up front with the backdraft Cobra at the back. 2-litre 8-valve versus V8 power. Very different cars, but in the same class. The backdraft cars weighing about a ton. And speaking to some of the Nash drivers, the Nash weighing about 600, under 700 kilos. So quite a bit lighter, but about half the power of the backdraft car. So therein lies the discrepancy. The backdraft cars pushing out, but double the power of that Nash in front there. So this is a battle for position. Christian Morgenroot and Nico Roots. Both of them on lap 56. And oh, there goes Morgenroot now. There goes Morgenroot down the inside, takes the position. The Nash has to slot in behind him, and the 31 car has to concede there. And unfortunately, Nico Roots now thinks better of it and now looks on. Maybe he can pull it back. The cars are pretty evenly matched on the circuit when it comes to time, but totally different when it comes to implementation. One a small capacity 4-cylinder engine, one a larger capacity V8 engine. Toyota versus VW Power, if you can believe it. And both of them open top. Of course, sports cars of a different ilk. So two totally different cars, but still on the same circuit, sharing the same black stuff. And the two of them battling it out for position. Can you believe it? After all of these laps, 57 laps, they are still battling for position. And in the same class, both of them Class E. And that is for your Class E lead. So Christian Morgenroot just snatched the Class E lead. And if you remember from earlier on, Morgenroot was way down the order, and that man over there was your leader. So Morgenroot way down the order. Yeah, Colin's still your leader. Yep, looks like Colin's still your leader in position number 6. So Colin's still leading Class E. Morgenroot in second position, I apologize, in Class E, with Roots now in third. So that's still your leader, the 007 car there of Ellison now driving. And Ellison handed the car over early on from Greg Thornton. Greg Thornton having a fantastic day here today. Greg Thornton having a fantastic day today. And there is your leader for Class E. One of the most hotly contended classes here today. So Morgenroot now finds himself on the podium after being way down the order early on. Someone that is also leading their class is your Class B leader over there at the moment. That is the number 17 car. Michael Stephen behind the wheel. Michael Stephen, the number 17 car there, leading Class B. Overall, still sits in third place. So third place overall for Michael Stephen.
Ernest, I only think that it's fitting that whilst we are looking at all the action on the track, we need to also take a look at behind the scenes. So I'm standing in race control, and I'm going to talk a little bit. They're sorting things out at the moment. It's timing and race control. This gentleman above me will be talking to all the marshals out on the track, making sure that everybody is safe. He would have been the one that made the decision about the oil spill as well, and he's going to be the one making sure that everyone is safe through the duration of the race.
Yeah, that is where all the action happens for real though. Those guys make sure that everybody's safe, they make sure the timing is run correctly, and in a situation like this, timing is absolutely everything, because you've got so many different cars, so many different classes, there can be no confusion, and even with pit stops, all of this causes havoc. I'm looking at the live timing at the moment on ZA Timing, so all of that information gets fed through that very room over there. And race control usually off limits for most people, so it's pretty cool that Krueger here can get in there and see what is happening with all of that action over there. They've got their work cut out for them. Still an hour and 30 minutes left, and race control needs to make sure that everything runs absolutely smoothly for the entire duration of this race. Making sure to call out safety cars, making sure that the drivers are behaving themselves out there, among many other things. So the safety car really, the race control really is the heart of a event such as this one. Morgan Root now with a slight gap over third place man over there, and the Polo Super Cup car also getting involved in the little tussle. So Morgan Root leading off that Nash over there. I'm never going to forget the name of that car, by the way. I'm never going to forget the name of that car. So thanks, YouTube commenters over there. As we see the number 11 car making its way around the circuit. And slowly but surely starting to get a little bit darker here at Red Star Raceway. Neandertoy overtaking Fikile over there. Fikile also in Class E. Finds himself chasing down Nico Roots and being chased by Billy Erasmus. Billy Erasmus though only completing 41 laps. And earlier on we saw Billy off the track. Based on the current classification, looks like he's back on circuit, but having lost quite a bit of time in the pit lane. NDT Racing, Neandertoy Racing, turbocharged E36, 2.8, no clutch. Does a 203 without the clutch. So very impressive, and this race continues. The race continues for second in class. The race continues for second in class between Nico Roots and Christian Morgan Root over there. Nico Roots still chasing him down. Morgan Roots still holding him off. We saw Morgan Root make the overtake earlier, but this time it looks like Roots is going to try and make that overtaking maneuver. Tucking in behind him now down the long 800 meter straight. This could be the overtaking opportunity that Roots has been waiting for. Manages to get up close, but I think the power advantage definitely goes to the backdraft car. Oh, here comes the McLaren as a look down the inside. Roots has to give way. Roots lets him past, and now that affects his battle for second position, unfortunately. That affects Roots' battle for second position. And unfortunately now this is going to affect him. Here comes Michael Stephen past Morgan Root over there. This is where we saw the oil earlier, right at the start of the lap. And Michael Stephen and Chop Sapuka now fighting it out. But the real battle is happening between those two, Christian Morgan Root and Nico Roots. Jeffrey Kruger has slipped back into third position Michael Stephen now in second place. Jeffrey Krueger now quite a few laps down, so there might be something going on there. 63 laps completed. Michael Jensen 67 laps completed, and Michael Stevens 65 laps completed. So Jeffrey Krueger, we saw early on, chasing down Michael Jensen, now has slipped back and unable to do much else. There goes Jakob Pienaar. Jakob Pienaar currently in 13th position. Also in the Nash over there. Oh, runs a little bit wide there, tucks it in tight. Also Class E, of course. These guys all battling it out for Class E honors. I think I've lost. On your screen now, see the Xena car still fighting for position. These guys are not giving up, not by a long shot. And why would they? Still 1.5 hours to go. Still 1.5 hours to go. Plenty racing in store. And the brothers in front, hoping that they can hold on to that second place, possibly chase for first. And there you have it, folks. There is your current classifications. As mentioned, Jeffrey Krueger slipping down a little bit there, but currently on screen you're looking at Nico Roots and Christian Morgenroot. Battling it out, and the two of them have been going at it lap after lap, swapping position, but Nico Roots not giving up at all. I thought Morgenroot had the pace on him, but he's still within striking distance, and I'm sure going to make sure to stay there for the next couple of laps. As you can see, dusk now starting to make its way in the background here at Red Star Raceway. Spectacular circuit, all these twists and turns, very long, 4 kilometers to be exact, and 13 corners. Much more than your average club circuit, that's for sure, but of course designed for bikes initially. Now finding itself the host to the South African Endurance Series. Of course, we saw 2 heats earlier on of SAGT, and now we find ourselves watching the endurance race with this battle for second position in class taking place as the leader makes his way up towards them and quickly gets past. It doesn't affect the race too much, and they don't want that to happen either. Nobody wants that to happen. These guys are trying to have their own race over here. Down the back straight they go. And must be quite frustrating in that Nash there for Roots, because as soon as they hit the straight, then the 222 car pulls away, and then under braking, of course, with all that weight saving, they managed to catch up once again through the twisties. And most of the circuit is in fact a bunch of twisties, so they definitely find themselves in a position where they will be seesawing towards each other for the entire duration of the lap. Rian Botma now taking over the 78 car. So Rian Botma is in the car, and that of course is Jeffrey Krueger's teammate. So Botma now in the car in 3rd position. Christopher Pretorius in 4th position. So well done Team Chop Sepuka in 5th place. Colin Ellison in the 007 car, the first of the Class E runners, as the Sepuka car is in the pits. Are they changing just one tire? Yes, Andrea is clear.
Are going to just quickly do a driver swap, and then we'll be able to chat to Chops about their drive, see how things are going.
Stay with us, stay with us.
back to this race, and this is the kind of racing we've come to see today, for position. And we're going back to the pits again for Krueger.
Right, we're standing here in front of the Into Africa team, and Chops, and oh, there you are, Chops. I thought you were busy strapping.
Look, we had quite a colourful stint. We were coming in and out of confusion because our radio systems are not working. But we'll try and save the day to do the best we can. Otherwise, what can we do? There's also learning lessons here to be learned going into the next one.
You guys did the GT series as well, and now you're coming into the endurance. This is a long day of driving for both you and Kolile.
It just keeps us fresh, keeps us alive. It's good preparation because there's nothing that substitutes sit time. So being in the car seat is everything, and it means everything to be able to move forward.
Are you guys going to do another driver change before the end of the race?
I'm not too sure. I just have to get to the pit crew and just understand where we are, because our comms are not working. So we were not really sure where we are. I was just monitoring the fuel levels, and I thought, okay, if it comes closer to the time, I must just come in.
All right, makes sense. Well, thank you so much for chatting to us, Chops. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, that must be quite a challenge, not being able to talk to your team, but they have made a driver change now. Kolile is out on the track, and we'll see if Chops goes back in before the end of the race.
Yeah, Kolile back out there as we cut back to this battle on circuit, still continuing. The 31 car over there, the Nash right behind that backdraft Roadster in second position in class, and these two guys have been lapping lap after lap, and maybe the driver of the Nash Roots over there thinking to himself, you know what, I'm just going to hang back a little bit and wait for my opportunity later on and see if I can maybe make something happen with the pit stop. Of course, plenty can happen in the pit stop as back into the pits comes the clutchless Neanderthal. I wonder how that car is doing at this stage with no clutch available on that car. Must be terrible to drive that car without clutch. Absolutely terrible to drive that car without a clutch, I'm sure. And I actually chatted to Nico Roots early on in the pits. He's got extensive history in karting, mostly karting. He hasn't raced in 4 years, has Nico. So Zander Roots' son, actually know him from the sim racing world. But Nico Roots now currently pushing hard, and as he mentioned, he hasn't raced for 4 years. So this is not a bad showing from him. He mentioned to me that the steering of this car is not as responsive as his kart. He spent many years in the kart, so he's not used to the rate of turn of this Nash. But now, by the looks of things, certainly getting used to that and chasing down the hard charging Morgan Root up ahead. So Nico Roots and Morgan Roots still battling it out, and well done to Roots. I mean, for someone that hasn't raced in 4 years, he got the call just a couple of days ago to come race here at the circuit, and just a couple of days ago he wasn't going to be competing, but the teammate of his co-driver fell out, and here he finds himself now on screen having a ding-dong battle for position. This is for podiums, and he mentioned to me himself that he wants to take out some of these backdraft cars, and that's exactly what he's trying to do right now. Morgan Root with immense pressure from Nico Roots in the number 31 car, 64 laps down, and Morgan Root making his way around the circuit. That's the bucket list racing car over there, and all of these guys now tussling with each other on track, not always necessarily racing each other on track, but certainly having battles on track, that's for sure. Trying to get past as quickly as possible. Here comes the Mini, here comes the Super Cup car in 4th position, and leading Class D is Christopher Pretorius, the younger Christopher Pretorius. We heard earlier on his teammate speaking about how he would do in the car, and so far so good. His last lap a 2:10, and as the sun starts to set now, These drivers will now have much less visibility. You see the lights coming on. Yesterday we saw a bit of a dent on the side of that car. So Christopher Pretorius, here's Anthony Pretorius in the Mini on screen at the moment, and the NDT car is back out on the circuit. So Anthony Pretorius also in Class D, running in the same class as that Super Cup car over there. Quite interesting, because I'm sure that Super Cup car is much more pace and speed. Neanderthal having fallen back a little bit at this stage, also in Class D. So all of those cars in the same class, and here comes Jensen now. So Neanderthal unfortunately a little bit further down the order, but he did mention that he just wants to finish this race. There goes your leader for Class E, Colin Ellison in the 007 car, followed by Letlaka in the Class A car over there. Letlaka running third in Class A at the moment. 1 hour and 22 minutes to go. Neanderthal, I wonder if they got that clutch going. I doubt it, but he unfortunately had some clutch issues. A 5-minute lap before, so they were in the pits. Not quite sure what for, but NDT racing car still out there, and there's your leader in Class E. On lap 66, the next Class E car is Christian Morgenroot with 65 laps down. So Morgenroot with 1 lap deficit, and he's going to want to try and catch that up at some stage. And here comes the fantastic looking bucket list car. I mean, just look at that car. It looks like a race car. I love those wide arches on this car. I love that big wing on the back. Usually you don't want to fit a big rear wing on a front wheel drive car, but this time it's there for purpose. And Neanderthal slots in behind, no clutch in hand, does a 211, so definitely not as fast as he could be. Jakub Pinaar also in Class E, quite a bit further down in 12th position. Jakub Pinaar, obviously some big problems. We didn't see that car on circuit earlier on, so he's many laps down, 20 laps down on the equivalent Nico Roots car, and unfortunately he's not in the running for that Class E podium at this stage. Many cars in Class E, including Fekile, who's in front of him, Morgenroot, Nico Roots. So Jakub Pinaar has to catch up 14 laps to get onto that podium. Let's see if he can do it with just 1 hour and 20 minutes to go. There goes your leader, Michael Jensen, with now a slightly more comfortable lead, 2 laps ahead of Rian Botma, with 3 laps behind Michael Steven in Class B. Michael Steven just did a 1:59 there now. And there goes Letlaka, currently third in Class A. Yeah, we have another interview in the pit lane. Let's hear what Krueger has to say.
Standing here with Fakile from car number 11. Fakile, how was that run?
The run was very difficult because the safety car kept on coming on. At the time we try and catch up, the safety car comes on again, so we didn't have a full run. Every time the safety car would come on.
I heard you saying when you came to the pits now something seems to be wrong.
But the car is fine. It's just the car on my right hand arm.
Oh, okay. So there's nothing actually wrong with the car.
There's nothing wrong with the car. Okay. But to be safe, I said let's just change.
How's strategy going in terms of this race? Are we seeing the performance?
Well, because I think they've come in now. I said they've come in a bit later. But because of what I feel in my right arm, I said no.
Are you guys going to do another driver change before the end of the race?
We'll see how it goes with him.
All right, perfect. Thank you so much, Fakile. Thank you. As you can hear, nothing wrong with car, which is very good to hear. But they've just done a quick driver change, and car number 11 will get back out on track.
Fakile handing the car over there. And we've got some comments in the YouTube stream. Alex Barty asking if Neanderthal is still running. Indeed he is, even without that triple plate clutch, still running with that turbocharged car. And hopefully will continue to run till the end of the race. The racing continues as we go on board now with Jakub Pinar in that Class E car. The Nash over there. Jakub in 4th place at the moment, with 47 laps down, but quite a few laps behind the car that we just saw now. Bapu and Fikile now currently on 61 laps. So 14 laps down was Jakub Pinar, who was just on your screen. But here's your leader, Michael Jensen in the front. Michael Jensen now slotting into a nice rhythm after that spin earlier on, and finding his pace, finding his comfort, and able to maintain 1 lap lead, or about 1.5 laps at this stage. We're waiting for Michael Stephen to cross the finish line to confirm that. Michael Stephen in 2nd position. First in Class B, Rian Botma in 3rd place. Of course, Rian Botma teaming up with Jeffrey Kruger, and Jeffrey Kruger doing very well to claw his way back into contention, coming almost onto the same lap as the Michael Jensen car earlier on, but not able to get the overtake. Here comes Zolile. Some smoke coming out the back of the car. There's been a couple of puffs here and there on the car, nothing major I don't think, but they did pull into the pits early on with a puncture, but now they find themselves back out on circuit. And of course, your leader in Class E, Colin Ellison. Colin Ellison in that 007 car has had a fantastic day so far by the looks of things. But there is only one leader at this stage, and that is Michael Jensen. Michael Jensen looking good out there, and finally now starting to find his rhythm. An early spin, so everybody in the pit lane looking a little bit concerned and wondering if he was going to be able to make it around this circuit. There goes Kolile and teammate Chops in that car, sharing that car today. And again, the aim is to finish this race. The aim is to finish, and that's exactly what they plan to do. They've got 1 hour and 15 minutes to go. Michael Jensen leads us off. Michael Stephen, 2nd position. Rian Botma in 3rd. Christopher Pretorius in 4th position. Colin Ellison in 5th place, but Class E leader. Colin Ellison, of course, no stranger to motorsport, having raced extensively in historics, everything from Alphas to big Fords to open top single seaters and everything in between. So no wonder that he's leading in that backdraft car. He's even driven a couple of Can-Am sports cars as Colin Ellison. So no wonder that he is easily, comfortably leading us off in the backdraft car. But now we look at your 3rd place man, Rian Botma, 2nd in Class A. And Auto Investments car, they're looking very good on the circuit. Hasn't skipped a beat as yet. Oh, the lights start to come on now. That is the Morgan Root car. It's going to make it a little bit easier to identify these cars. Certainly that one. And the Patamba Michael Stephen car still comfortably in 2nd place. Again, another car that has been cruising around the circuit without much issue. We saw a puff of smoke coming out the brakes earlier on. We're a little bit concerned about that, but I don't think it proved to be an issue. With no ABS or traction control on that car, they mentioned that it could just be that the brakes were getting a little bit hot. And it's totally possible to lock those brakes up on that car. And here comes the second place man. Class A second place, trying to chase down the lead car, I'm sure. Running a little bit wide there, the Auto Investments car. Janet Wood in the comments saying, make up some laps, Rian Botma. Also shouting for Michael, and Jeffrey Belinda shouting for Jeffrey over there. So the guys having their support teams out on the circuit, or at least out on the in the comment section. The cars, of course, out on the circuit. And there goes Rian Botma once again. Rian Botma with a solid time there, 1:59. But definitely now things settling in, as Michael Jensen also doing about the same times, and the gap now about 5 laps. So between these two, the gap now 5 laps. So I do think that we could see Michael Jensen taking this car to the finish, touch wood, in first position, bar any catastrophic failures. I don't think they'll be putting that car again. We're going to have to wait and see. They only put it once earlier on for a driver change at about the 2-hour mark, after the 2-hour mark. So I don't think he's going to want to put that car again, as we watch him cross the finish line once again. We've got an interview in the pits with Adrian Scholz. Let's see what he said.
Africa. Adrian, tell me a little bit more about motorsport in South Africa, because I see it's growing in leaps and bounds.
Yeah, Krueger, thanks very much. It's good to be here today. Obviously, we had the Kalami 9-hour, which was postponed from December, so that started the season. And I think now the GT and the endurance racing is now carrying on where it left off at that Kalami. And I think it's always a good start, and everybody's excited to be back. So I think it's looking good. Obviously, there's been issues with cars haven't been able to get out of customs, so there's not as many cars as the organisers would have liked. But it's a good start, and I think it bodes well for the year ahead.
The series has really grown and developed over the last couple of years, and we're seeing kind of a new era of the endurance series come out. What are the changes that have happened with it?
So I think fundamentally there's been a change of management in the series. And I think with any new management, there's new ideas, and I think that's kind of what's happened here. And it's a very strong foundation that they're building on. The previous promoter of the series did a very good job, and now they've got a strong foundation to build on with new ideas, try different things, see what works, and take it from there.
What are South Africans expecting? I mean, we've got 6 different racetracks that we're going to be seeing throughout the year. What can spectators expect from races?
I think the beauty of this series particularly is that it's cars that really resonate with spectators. I think every youngster loves Ferraris and Lambos and that kind of thing, so I think it's the cars that resonate. And so I think it has a definite spectator appeal because it's the cars that they like to see. I think it's cars that they would aspire to own and drive. So I think that's really the spectator appeal of this type of series.
When it comes to the races that we're currently seeing on the calendar, are there plans to expand on this? Are we going to be adding anything more this year or in the next series next year?
That's a question you have to ask the organisers. I think they'd probably like to. I think they very much, just because it's their first year of being involved, I think they're going to play it by ear, see how the year goes, and then kind of see where next year takes them. Obviously, the circumstances in the country at the moment are a little bit uncertain, so everybody's kind of just waiting, playing a bit of a waiting game, see how things develop. But I'm sure they've got big ideas for the future.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Pleasure. Thanks, Priya.
Well, there we have it, a little insight into what is happening in motorsport in South Africa and what is happening with the endurance series. It's really nice to see the growth and the development. And if you are watching this and thinking of coming out to a race, I would definitely suggest that you do. It is going to be absolutely amazing. The vibe here is fantastic. You get to see amazing cars just like this one coming past me right now. And the nice thing about it, that is actually our leader at the moment. And the nice thing about all of this is that there's a vibe to it. Not only can people come, enjoy the cars, but there's activities for the kids, food as well. So it's really, really nice, and it's super affordable for a family day out. I think I'm going to try and get over to the Indy Oil team and see if we can get an interview with them.
to the action, and on screen at the moment you see Rian Botma there. He is currently third position overall, but second in class behind Michael Jensen. Michael Steven leads us off in Class B. He is second overall, and there is your leader overall, Michael Jensen, in that incredible Ligier over there. The same car, similar car at least to what Rian Botma's driving. Michael Jensen and his team had massive tribulations over the last couple of days. Yesterday, that K24 engine in there was running perfectly, and then all of a sudden, that oil pump failure, which saw them working on the car for 9 hours to try and fix it. 9 hours spent on the car. 9 long hours later, they managed to get it going again with their spare engine, which is the K20 engine. The K20 engine then now running in the car. So they've said that the car's not as fast as it could be, not as fast as it should be, but they do think that this car is fast enough to win this race, and so far they've not been wrong. So far it looks like this car has got what it takes to win this race. Now all they've got to do is bring it home with just 1 hour of racing left, as the flames come out of the McLaren over there, just looking absolutely spectacular. Letlaka now behind the wheel, and Chop Sapuka handing over the car earlier on. They are in third position in Class A. So on the cards for a podium finish, as we cut back to Zolile Letlaka, as mentioned, on the cards for a podium finish. And in the meantime, in Class E, Nico Rutz and Greg Thornton have swapped positions again. We're talking about the Nash earlier on, and the car's name that I shall never forget. The Nash of Nico Rutz is now currently leading Class E with Greg Thornton on the same lap, with a gap of 11 seconds behind. So Greg Thornton in the 007 car was leading us off early on, now finds himself in second position in Class E. And that car over there, that's Bapu driving Class E, also Class E car. On lap 66, Jakupinar on lap 50 behind him. And Bapu and the guys saying, and Fikile saying, all they want to do is finish this race, make it through to the end. That's what it's all about. That is what it's all about. Getting dark out there, folks, as you can see, and just look at how fast the third place man, Rian Botma, comes past. The camera changes and focuses on him instead. Just look at the pace there of that car. And incredibly fast car. Incredibly fast car. The number 78 car there. Just don't know why they exit that turn. Such a technical course this, and it's very difficult to get consistent lap times over here, because you make one tiny adjustment and then the whole sequence of corners gets lost on you. And I spoke to someone that does data logging earlier on, Adrian Burford and his crew here supporting Fikile and Bapu. And there is the battle for class honors, and looks like Thornton is out front again. Roots still slotting in behind him, and looking at the timing sheets over here, looks like the timing sheets, yeah, Thornton still in front, Roots still behind him. So these two are going at it over here, Greg Thornton and Nico Roots. That definitely is a battle to watch. Definitely a battle to watch. But back to the timing, as mentioned, Adrian Burford, one of the leaders in the country when it comes to data logging, spoke to him earlier on, and he mentioned that this kind of track here, if you make a mistake, it's like kind of making a mistake through a slalom. You know, when you do a slalom as fast as possible, if you get the first corner of a slalom wrong, then the rest of it kind of just follows on and it comes too close. It comes up towards you. And that's what happens on this circuit. That's exactly what happens on this circuit. And unfortunately, if you make a mistake on one sequence of this corner, of these corners, you end up losing all the way through. So Adrian Burford, Stigworks, how to unleash your inner Ayrton Senna, he says. I've used him around this very circuit actually a couple of years ago. We did a couple of laps around here with the Suzuki and actually managed to improve the times quite a bit on the day and got the fastest time on the day as well, thanks to Adrian's coaching. So definitely one of those guys that is able to extract speed from his students, and yeah, definitely able to give some honest, solid advice on the circuit, a circuit that is very, very tricky, and drivers today are finding that out the not so easy way. There goes Michael Stephen, Mr. Consistency. Does a 159 again, and the previous lap also 159. So Michael Stephen settling into a rhythm and now finding the pace and easily cruising around the circuit at that pace. He is one lap behind Michael Jensen, so any little mistake from Jensen will see Stephen leapfrog him. So Michael Stephen will be biding his time at this stage. You know, he knows he doesn't have the pace to stick it to Michael Jensen. If Michael Jensen drops the hammer, then it's all over. But certainly Michael Stephen will be trying to chase him down. And here comes Botma once more. Botma just carving through this field. And there goes Botma once again. Down the back straight, incredible speeds down here. And the Honda powered auto investments car, K series engine, gives us a little bit of a jiggle there on the butt as he wiggles its way through. And there goes Greg Thornton, your leader in Class E. For some other reason, my data system over here said that Greg Thornton had slipped back one position, but it looks like he is still in front of Nico Roots. Nico Roots, of course, extensive experience in karting and single-seaters, Formula V as well. And Greg Thornton here comfortably now in front with that backdraft car. Just a fantastic drive from him so far. Greg holding off. So Greg Thornton, your leader in Class E. Greg Thornton, your leader in Class E now. Let's confirm that here. Yes, indeed. Greg Thornton, the 007 car. Nico Roots in second position. So Nico Roots is going to be very happy with that. Hasn't driven in 4 years. And Nico Roots going to be very... Colin Ellison now has slipped back, looks like it. And I'm trying to find Colin Ellison here on the timing sheets. So Colin Ellison and Greg Thornton did a driver change, and that's now what's been happening. I just got an update from the BMW. Clutch went on the 2-hour mark, so Nian still driving without a clutch. Chase Herald says it's a crash gearbox. So they've got a crash gearbox now. So interesting stuff there. So Greg Thornton, of course, Greg Thornton, Colin Ellison in the same car. They're sharing the Titan historic car. And so Colin Ellison now hard charging, trying to make it through the final hour. So there was a driver swap that took place over there. And very, very impressive performance by Nico Roots there. Very, very impressive performance by Nico Roots indeed, to make it into second position. And that, of course, Michael Stephen there in that Porsche. Coming up behind the clutchless Neanderthal. Greg Thornton, of course, the team founder and team principal for Titan Historic Racing. He started racing a 1967 Titan Mark III, and in fact has a bit of a car collection, does Greg Thornton. Won the Masters Formula One Championship, so an extensive career there by Greg Thornton, and he now teamed up with Colin Ellison. Also, Colin himself very, very experienced in specifically historic racing. Greg has become a 3-time champion in 2019 when he took part in the Masters USA Historic Championship. So, an incredible driver there, Greg Thornton. So, let's keep an eye out for him. Greg Thornton and Colin Ellison. The two of them are seemingly the dynamic duo over here, who could take honours in class if all goes according to plan. There is one of your Nash drivers, Jakob Pienaar, behind the wheel of that Nash over there. God, does look good though. I wouldn't mind driving one of those cars, I'm not gonna lie. The car looks really, really good out there. They did spend a little bit of time in the pits, so Jakob Pienaar unfortunately not as competitive as I'm sure they would have liked to be this weekend. Look at the speed of that Ligier there. Interesting speed comparison over there. And there comes the Ligier now into the braking zone. Across the start line. Start finish line goes Rian Botma with a time of 1:59. These guys so evenly matched now. The top 3 drivers all doing 1:59s at the moment. So 1:59s for all of them at the moment. And they now have about 53 minutes of racing in hand. And so far things have settled in a little bit now as we make our way into the last hour. That is your leader there, Michael Jensen, also doing about a 1:59 at this stage. Lights ablaze through the middle sector. The car bouncing around a little bit there. Now making his way to the final section of the circuit on the long back straight. 800 meters of back straight at his disposal, flat out. You see the brake marker boards come into view and slams on the brakes there, hard on the brakes into the tight right-hander now through the S section, tight little complex section of here, and then across the finish line, and that is Rian Botma. 5 laps down, Michael Jensen across the line. 2-minute lap time there. 2-minute dead. Michael Stevens slightly faster with the 158 now. And Rian Botma still on 159. We'll see what he does. 007 Greg Thornton car just crosses the line there. And the Super Cup car of Rob Clark and Pretorius making their way through a spectacular looking car. It really is. Rob Clark and Pretorius there in that absolutely spectacular looking bucket list race car over there. And these cars come with some sort of warranty from the factory on that engine. So the engines are all sealed units, and they do have factory support from those engines. Lots of reliability coming out of that car, that's for sure. So you can make sure that car is going to finish the race. They've done plenty endurance races since the inception of the Super Cup series over the last couple of years. And I remember seeing those cars for the first time at I think it was the Killarney 9 Hour. We actually raced the Killarney 9 Hour with a Shelby Can-Am a couple of years ago, and one of the cars was that one, an exceptionally fast car, able to do 1 minute 18s around Killarney time and time again, and without much hassle. So turned out to be a good endurance car. Who would have thought? Built for Super Cup, but turns out to be quite a handy little endurance car. Do those Super Cup cars. That's what, the Super Cup cars really are quite handy around these types of races. There goes Sapuka and Letaka car. And as nightfall comes towards us here in Dalmas, this is definitely getting a little bit darker here. It's going to be a bit more difficult for these guys to find their way around the circuit. They're going to see lights coming up behind them for some of the slower guys, and those guys that are faster, like this gentleman over here, are going to be navigating their way through traffic in the middle of the night. Not ideal. Not ideal at all. But it is really what it is, isn't it? Here comes the Mini. Very nimble car is this Mini. And shared by so one of the Pretorius in there. Number 17 car there. So both those cars part of bucket list. The Mini and the very fast Super Cup car. Anthony Pretorius currently driving that car. The spectacular Legier crosses the line once again, and no wonder that both of those cars are in the top three. No wonder that both of those cars are in the top three. And there is your standings at the moment. Michael Jensen in first place, Michael Steven in second place, Rian Botma in third place, Christopher Pretorius in fourth place over there. So there goes the McLaren now of Zolile, overtaking one of the backdraft cars, number 23 McLaren, still circulating comfortably. There goes Neanderthal, still driving without clutch at this stage. And again, he mentioned he just wants to finish this race. Just wants to finish this race. Lights ablaze. There goes your leader, carving his way through the circuit now, really getting properly dark, especially that camera on the back straight over there starting to lose a little bit of sight. Always see the lights of the cars coming past. Got a little bit more light over here on the McLaren, thankfully. And there goes the 86 Nash. Was Nash a single seat, or at least a manufacturer specialized in turnkey cars such as this one. There goes the Bucket List Racing car. Of course, Bucket List Racing, very interesting team. They've actually got an international campaign running, and they offer people the opportunity to drive these cars. Chris Budnick is the head of Bucket List Racing. You can check them out on Facebook, where they actually offer various opportunities to get behind the wheel of some special cars, and they're actually taking part in the full SA endurance calendar this year, as they did last year. They also did a couple of races overseas as well, including Misano, Barcelona as well. So Bucket List Racing really ticking off the bucket list for their drivers, and what an interesting setup that they have. They're allowing drivers access to these types of cars. So Bucket List Racing definitely ticking off some bucket list items for some of their drivers. Christopher Pretorius in that car there at the moment, Class D leader. And the other bucket list car with Anthony Pretorius in, also Class D. A lot slower though. I would imagine he's the Mini of Anthony Pretorius, but Christopher over here, no slouch. It's a pity they're in the same class though. I gotta say, I think this one seems much faster, definitely, as they make their way down through the circuit. And the final 40 minutes now upon us. And there goes the other bucket list car, followed by Neanderthal. Right in front there looks like Michael Jensen up ahead. And this, of course, is the first round of the South African Endurance Series. This is the South African Endurance 4-hour race taking place here at Red Star Raceway in Delmas, Johannesburg. My name is Dennis Page, and you join me here thanks to all our sponsors. You can see them in the top right corner over there. The Michelin man waving us off. And there goes the bucket list car. Maybe chat to those guys if bucket list racing is on your bucket list, so to speak. Another company that does that is Backdraft as well. You see the two cars on the circuit right there. That's the 007 car there. Greg Thornton driving that 007 car. And Greg Thornton and his teammate from Titan Historic, Colin Ellison, with extensive experience in all sorts of historic racing. Everything from Can-Ams to single-seaters to Alphas and everything in between. So the two of them, ain't no wonder that they are as fast as they are around the circuit. Oh, and there tucks the Porsche. Porsche tucks in alongside. Obviously a lot more pace from that Class B car there, Michael Stephen. Michael Stephen still driving, and I think he's going to take it home to the end as the bucket list car makes its way through, gets overtaken by the Porsche. Christopher Pretorius in 4th position, with Anthony Pretorius in 6th position, both in Class D bucket list cars. So both of them will see themselves on the podium. Christopher Pretorius just did his fastest lap of 2:07. So 2:07 for Christopher Pretorius, his fastest lap of the race in this light. So incredible performance from him there, getting the fastest time. And that looks like the Morgenroot car, all in blue. Yes, it is. The two Morgenroot brothers, Benjamin, now currently behind the wheel. Benjamin Morgenroot currently driving that car, coming into the very hard braking zone now. And the 222 car, spearheaded by one of the bastions of South African motorsport, Ben Morgenroot. And there goes Rian Botma, 3rd place man across the finish line. Somebody with a flash there on the bridge, taking some pictures. Another one. As we get eyes on Rian Botma, still in 3rd place, 5 laps down on the leader. 3 laps down on Michael Stephen. Christopher Pretorius is doing very well in 4th position. They're only 3 laps behind Botma, so he could go for a 3rd place finish, because it's not all about speed, as mentioned by Tony Martin, the Daytona 24-hour winner earlier on. This race can be won in the pit lane. So if Pretorius is able to run slightly longer than Botma, we could see him leapfrogging him in the pit lane. Here comes the Ligier of Michael Jensen now. Michael Jensen spectacularly fast in that car. And this is one of the best parts about watching nighttime endurance races. You can see the exhaust flames. You can see the brakes lighting up as the guys slam on the brakes to make it through those tight corners around this Delmas circuit. And the spectacle continues into the night. Letlaka, one of the shareholders of the South African Endurance Series, makes his way across the finish line. and doing a lot to make sure that this series takes place. Letlaka. So not just the driver, but also heavily involved with the series to make sure that it runs as smoothly as it has. And this, of course, is the first round of the South African Endurance Series. Lots more action to come, and lots more developments over the next couple of races. But be sure to check out the rest of the races as we look at one of the bucket list racing cars over there. Of course, that team this weekend comprises of Rob Clark, Peter Jenkins, Anthony and Christopher Pretorius, and both of them doing exceptionally well in their classes at the moment, all of them in fact, as we keep eyes on the Mini over there. All of them doing exceptionally well at the moment, with Christopher in the 212 car, Class D, in 4th place, with Anthony only slightly further down, crosses the line there, in 6th position. So Anthony Pretorius doing exceptionally well. Rob Clark, one of the more experienced drivers in that team, has raced historics himself before. In fact, raced the Citroen, if you can believe it. So Rob Clark, early on we saw him having a bit of a tussle, and he was in fact the teammate of Pretorius in the bucket list racing Mini. So very interesting. He's also raced the Chauveau 2CV. At least he got a project de Chauveau in his garage, does Rob Clark. I was actually supposed to race one of those in a 24-hour race many years ago, which didn't pan out. But the de Chauveau, not exactly the car one would think fit for the circuit. Well, neither is a Citroen, but Rob Clark races those anyways. But here he is now having a very successful campaign with bucket list racing. We got someone off the track. Can't really see who that is at the moment. I see blue lights, but trying to figure out who exactly that is. That looks like one of the sports cars. That is one of the sports cars, and we're waiting to get a visual on that car. Oh, somebody else has gone off as well. I think there might be more oil on the circuit. Somebody else has gone off as well. Another sports car off the track. We've got 2 cars off the circuit at the moment at the same spot, and this is not good. One car shuts down, and you're gonna have to wait and see, trying to get eyes on those cars there. So it can either be our one of our top 3 cars, or it could be one of the Nashes, 2 of the Nashes. We're gonna wait. It looks like that is one of the Nashes on the side there, on the right hand side, but we have to wait and see who comes past. Oh my goodness me, this is not good. The final stretch, and this is happening. And the yellow flag is out. The driver there frantically trying to get that car going. And it looks like we might see a safety car come out now. Hopefully we can get some light on that action in front there, as the Morgenrud car makes its way around. Easy to spot with the blue lights. Some of the other cars not so easy to spot. And the yellow flag is out. Benjamin Morgenrud crosses the line, and we'll have to try and figure out which cars those are. Try and figure out which 2 sports cars have parked it on the side of the circuit. 212 car comes past. Jakub Pinaar comes past. So that is one of our lead cars. Jakub Pinaar just came past. So Jakub Pinaar is still out there in the Nash, the 86 Nash. So Jakub Pinaar still out on circuit. We're waiting now for Nico Roots, Michael Jensen and Rian Botma. We think it might be Nico Roots. He was doing so well. We think it might be Nico Roots. It looks like it. But we're waiting to see as the course car goes out. And once again, we have safety car conditions. Still stuck on the side of the circuit. There goes Neanderthal now. Neanderthal crosses the finish line. So we're still waiting for confirmation. Michael Stephen in the pits. Greg Thornton goes past the finish line. Michael Stephen in the pits now. There goes the other backdraft racing, or at least the bucket list racing car, Anthony Pretorius in the bucket list racing car there. Number 17 car of Patamba and Michael Stephen in the pits at the moment. They're changing those tires again, obviously putting older rubber on there, looks like it. A lot of the drivers were talking about the balance of these cars changing as soon as you put new rubber on. Michael Stephen out of the car there, and Patamba now back in the car for the final 30 minutes of racing. And the safety car still making its way out on the circuit, picking up the leaders. There goes Morgan Root again. Oh my goodness me, it does look like that could be one of our lead cars. That could be one of our lead cars that is out on the circuit. This could be fantastic news for Michael Stephen, as Michael Stephen now makes his way out. And this is what you get with nighttime racing, folks. Conditions change, things change. And there goes Jakub Pinaar. Jakub Pinaar still circulating out there. And that was Rian Botma. That's Rian Botma over there. That is Rian Botma, was off the circuit. So Rian Botma looks to have gone off the circuit. He looks to be back on though. But where is Michael Jensen? Rian Botma looks like he's back on the circuit. We now wait to find out where Michael Jensen is. And maybe he might be in the pits. But we're still waiting to see. And Michael Jensen still on lap 97. There goes Botma on lap 92, and this could see Patamba finish in front. Rian Botma just crosses the start-finish line now. This could see Patamba in Class B finish in front. The yellow flag still out. And the marshal still trying to retrieve one of those cars. Nico Roots also hasn't crossed the finish line yet. There goes Anthony Pretorius across the line. So the cars now all making their way around, circulating slowly, catching up to the safety car. Safety cars, the Audi circling. You see the Ford over there parked on the side of the road. That is just making sure everything is safe. And there comes the pack with Morgan Root leading us off. Behind that Letlaka, behind that Pretorius. So, safety car is out. So many cars could have gone into the pits, but still want confirmation on Jensen. And there goes the Porsche now. Your leader, Michael Jensen, still unaccounted for. We're trying to find out frantically, trying to see if we can figure out, get that information. But here comes the safety car now. 27 minutes of racing to go. Things now getting very dramatic towards the end of this race. And all we see are lights over there. And trying to frantically identify the cars. The flashlights are coming out for the drivers over the pit wall. I think they're trying to get signals to the drivers to come in and pit. Patamba takes the lead. Patamba takes the lead now. Mikhail Patamba has snatched the lead. And this is what we were talking about, folks. Anything can happen. Jensen slips down to 97 laps. Patamba in first position. Botma crosses the line as well. So Botma now 3 laps down on Jensen. And he's going to be chasing hard for the next 26 minutes. So this is when things hot up, folks. This is when things get a little bit sticky. And these drivers now wanting to make sure that they get the maximum advantage. I'm sure some of them are saying, go faster, safety car. I'm sure some of them are wanting the safety car to go even faster to try and get ahead as much as possible.
It's now a black Porsche.
So, who are your big winners so far? Well, Adcock and his teammate were up front. They've just slipped down at the moment. Patamba was running second for a lot of this race, even at the 1 hour mark. And third place man Rian Botma now could see himself into first position. And they are frantically trying to get that car out of the kitty litter over there. It looks a lot like that is the Jensen car. We can't confirm it as yet, but all indications the Jensen car hasn't come around yet, and it does look like that is the Jensen car over there. Pretorius is in 6th position. They were in 7th position earlier, so they've come up quite a bit. The 86 car, Jakopina and the guys have slipped down a little bit. They were running in 8th position earlier on. Neandertoy was in 9th place, or at least is in 9th place now. He was way up the field earlier on, but also seesawing up and down was Neandertoy because of that clutch issue. But now he currently finds himself in 9th position. He was in 10th, as low as 10th earlier on. Nico Roots was doing fantastically well for a lot of this race. Nico Roots and his team in the 31 car. And they were running at 6th at one stage when Andrew Horn was driving. Now, unfortunately, they find themselves in 11th position. But this could be a good turn of events if they're able to get that car out there and manage to get circulating again. But the person that's the big loser at the moment is Michael Jensen. They are still leading Class A. They are still leading Class A. So they are still in this thing. But certainly not as good as it was going just a few moments ago. This is exactly what we've come to expect from Top Flight Racing, folks. Things change so quickly. And now all of a sudden, you've got Patamba in Class B leading us off. Michael Jensen still on number 97, lap number 97. And the marshal's still trying to get that car out of the kitty litter over there. Morgan Root there leading us off. And there goes Letlaka. Into the pits goes Letlaka. I'm sure he won't be the only one. I'm sure he won't be the only one pitting now. But not much time left on the clock. Craig Thornton crosses the line, so does Anthony Pretorius. So a bunch of cars now making their way through, and Jensen slipping down. Botma now still 2 laps down on Jensen. So that is literally the race that we're watching right now, is Botma and Jensen 2 laps apart with just 22 minutes to go. And both of them fighting for position. There's the 86 car, that's Pinar. So Pinar out there circulating as well. Nico Roots and Pinar, both in those Nash Sports cars. And there goes Rian Botma. There goes Rian Botma. Zolile Litlaka now makes his way out of the pits. And what a dramatic turn of events. Our leader has changed hands with less than half an hour to go. Patamba slashing the lead. Not quite as important because Patamba is in Class B and Jensen is in Class A. But Rian Botma will be poised and ready for action in third position, but second in Class A. Christopher Pretorius takes the Class D honors with his fellow bucket list racing teammate Anthony Pretorius in second position in Class D. So the bucket list guys will be very happy with their campaign. Lots of endurance races under their belt. So they know how to play this game. And this is not one on the first corner. This game is chess, not checkers. And Christopher Pretorius and Anthony Pretorius will be very happy with those positions, 4th and 5th at the moment. Zolile in 6th place now after that pit stop. Still 3rd in class. Greg Thornton, the historic racing team of Greg Thornton. They will be very happy leading off Class E. Him and Colin Ellison, of course, as I mentioned earlier on, with extensive experience in historic racing, will be looking forward to that top spot in Class E. But right behind them is Ben Morgenroth Jr. in lap 90. And Benjamin Morgenroth is just one lap behind. But having said that, their lap times are pretty similar. So we're going to have a restart under dark conditions, so that's going to be very tricky for these guys. I tell you what, driving with a whole bunch of cars around you at night is it's not ideal. Some people love it, some people hate it, but it's certainly not ideal, that's for sure. As there is your leader, that's Michael Jensen over there in the pits now. They're digging the dirt out the car, so the car's definitely gone off. Michael Jensen has definitely gone off, and look at all that dirt they're scratching out from that car. Lots and lots of dirt getting cleared out from the Jensen car. Michael Jensen, as Nick Adcock comes closer, checks in on him. Nick Adcock asking a few questions. Of course, Nick Adcock, the teammate of Michael Jensen. And that's him leaning over the car there. Spoke to him earlier on. He mentioned that he is here to win. That's why they come here. Of course, him and Rico Bala Racing teaming up to try and get this car onto the podium. The 8 Call 24/7 car there. And lots of dirt coming out. I mean, just look at all that grass coming out of that car. I mean, that is the definition of going farming, isn't it? That is where the term farming comes from. And the racing is back on. And this now puts them at a massive disadvantage. The racing now has continued. Mikhail Patamba leads us off. Jensen still, though, classified in second position. They need to get that car out there immediately if they still want to maintain second position, and off they go. So they could still be in first place in Class A. They could very well find themselves still in first place in Class A. And now the race is on. Rian Botma, everything to play for now. Rian Botma is going to be chasing down hard to try and catch up. The field has spread out a little bit. No incidents to report as the field spreads out and the drivers now make their way around safely. Just 18 minutes of racing to go. And I tell you, one person that is not going to be holding back right now is Michael Jensen. He's got to make sure that he stays in position. And Rian Botma also going to make sure that he try and catches up. Still 1.5 laps the gap, almost 2 laps the gap at the moment, so not enough under safety car conditions for Botma to catch up to Jensen. But Mikhail Patamba, certainly even with that pit stop with Michael Stephen earlier on, Mikhail Patamba is going to bring it home. And if he can bring it home, he's got a 2-lap lead at the moment with just 17 minutes to go. Cool head on Mikhail Patamba, and what a way to make his way over to the DTM side of things if he can take this race win home. This will be a massive feather in his cap as we have eyes on Mikhail Patamba in that very real race car over there, the Porsche Cup car. I was lucky enough to drive a Porsche GT3 the other day, And I tell you what, these cars drive like nothing else. There really is something quite special about a Porsche race car, a Porsche fast performance car. And Mikhail Patamba has been able to tame this beast. As they cross the start line over there. Patamba still in the lead. We might be able to get some information from Adcock and his team. Waiting for confirmation on that. We might be able. Here we go. Let's find out what happened.
Nick, an unlucky one for you guys there. What happened?
Well, it looks like there was some oil down, and Michael covered the cars, went off on the oil. Obviously it's dark now, you can't really see. But obviously our car is very low to the ground, so when it went off, he needed to be towed out. Obviously we've got half a field. We've just pulled out the car. We had a comfortable lap lead there, and now we're second. It's hard to lose these races this way. But
tell me, do you think we've got, what, just under 20 minutes left on this race? Could we see a little bit of clawing back, or is that not going to happen?
I've told him to drive the wheels off it.
Well, he's driven the grass off the track.
So let's see how we can do. But we've dropped several laps behind the Porsche now, so we'll just have to try and have second and the class win.
It's unfortunately one of those things. It's what happens when the lights go off, right?
Yep.
So if only the sun could stay out for a little bit longer. Thank you so much. I appreciate your time. It's an unfortunate one there, but we're going to have to see whether the team can claw back those laps. A second might just be what they have to take away with them today.
Yeah, what a pity, Nick Adcox. Thanks so much for the interview there. I'm sure that wasn't easy. I'm sure this is not an easy situation. And as he mentioned, what a terrible way to lose a race. In this case, though, they do take Class A honors, but they were leading all the way for most of the race. And unfortunately, they now find themselves in a position where they're now in second position. Their best time, a 1 minute 54 seconds, is what they kind of need to do now. But it's dark out there. The risks are exceptionally high as Mikhail Patamba crosses the start-finish line. And he's in first position at the moment. Class B leader. Across the line goes Rian Botma now. Still one lap down on Michael Jensen. Anthony Pretorius goes across the line in the number 12 car. There goes your leader on screen. Greg Thornton also leads us away in Class E in that historic team. And nothing to do with the age of the drivers, just the experience. Michael Jensen finally crosses the line in second place. And he is still ahead of Rian Botma. So Michael Jensen managing to stay ahead of Botma. So the top three really are racing for position. And in the mix as well is Christopher Pretorius. In the Class D car of all cars, Christopher Pretorius on lap number 97. So just one lap down. But Anthony Pretorius, my driver of the day so far, only 2 laps down on Christopher in that Mini. Unbelievable performance from him driving that Mini around the circuit. You could see he doesn't have the pace, but still, in fifth position over there. I mean, unbelievable performance in front of the McLaren at this stage. And Anthony Pretorius, a fantastic performance from him there. Really, probably my driver of the day so far. We haven't seen much action from him, but what we can say is that consistency has paid off, and Pretorius now finds himself in 5th position, right behind the very fast Christopher Pretorius, also in Class D. Greg Thornton and his teammate first in Class E. Fantastic performance from them in that backdraft car over there. And their historic racing experience paying massive dividends over here. Neander Toy clawing it home in that Class D car over there. Without a gear, without a clutch. Clawing his way home here. So Neander Toy, a drive of a lifetime from him. Still managing to do 209s in the dark. As we see somebody catching some dust there. That is Neander Toy, followed by Christopher Pretorius over there. A little bit of dust flying up. And Bapu and his teammate circulating as well. Nico Roots doing well, but Willie Erasmus all the way down the order there. I think Roots definitely might have gone off there early on. He was fighting for position, but now Bapu finds himself on the podium. Nico Roots now off the podium. Unfortunately, they were definitely on their way to a podium run earlier on. He hasn't been in the car for 4 years, and unfortunately hits the oil, and that puts paid to his race. And shame, and Jaco Pienaar as well, also down the order. We saw Willie Erasmus earlier on retiring. Just 41 laps completed. Byron Pretorius also retiring. Steve Clark also retiring, and of course Mark Harvey as well. So these drivers putting in fantastic performances, and this is the story of endurance racing. When we did the 9 hour a couple of years ago, my teammate crossed the finish line with a puncture. 3 wheels on the ground over the finish line, and that's what endurance racing is. It's the walking wounded, and these guys are walking their way towards the finish line. All of them a story to tell. Each one of them with a tale to tell about the 4 hours at Red Star Raceway, I'm sure. And even from the outside, if it looks like some of these cars are just circulating, I promise you from the inside of that car, there's another story to tell for these drivers. So a fantastic performance from all of these drivers here. And there goes your third place man, Rian Botma. Still down on Michael Jensen, but you'll be okay with that, I'm sure. That is the 86 car. That is the 86 car. Jaco Pienaar still in the mix there. Jaco Pienaar in the Nash, still in the mix. And I'm sure he's chasing down Nico Roots, but still 4 laps down on Nico Roots. Nico Roots also in Class E. Both those cars, Nash's. And I've spoken to Nico Roots about the power plant in that car, 2-litre 8 valve. Half the power of the backdraft cars, but double the half the power, but the backdrafts have double the weight. So a big difference between these two cars, but still competitive with each other. And Nico Roots, unfortunately, early on having a bit of an off. So Nico Roots hasn't been on the circuit for quite some time, and Jaco Pienaar is chasing him down. Jaco Pienaar is 4 laps behind Nico Roots. I'm trying to find out where exactly he is as we look at the bucket list mini over there. That is my driver of the day for sure. Oh, one of the backdraft cars slowing down there, looks like it. Oh no! Oh, and as we say that, off goes the bucket list car, luckily just onto the grass. He takes avoiding action over there on the one of the backdraft cars. I can't quite make out which backdraft car that is. We're trying to see there. And Anthony Pretorius there having to take evasive action. And Nico Roots not on the circuit for quite some time. That means that Jaco Pienaar could get past him, and Jaco Pienaar could go into 4th position if he's still out there as well. Jaco Pienaar crosses the line now on lap number 72. So Jaco Pienaar is out there, and he is going to try and get more laps than Nico Roots. Nico Roots classified with 75 laps. 75 laps completed with just 8 minutes to go. Will Nico Roots and Jaco Pienaar be able to get past Nico Roots? He does a 2-minute lap. It's going to be close either way. It's going to be close either way. We'll have to find out from the stewards what the deal is with the amount of laps completed if it's going to be so close. And there goes your leader, Mikael Patamba, in the dark. Brake discs ablaze. Christopher Pretorius crosses the line once again, and luckily managing to stay out of trouble there. Looks like we got a yellow flag again. Looks like we got a yellow flag again. Double yellows this time. So caution on the circuit. Caution on the circuit. Trying to find out why that is the case, why those double yellow flags are being waved. And could it be that backdraft car we saw earlier on? Double yellow flags being made. Drivers must be prepared to stop. This could be quite a bad situation. Could be a blocked track out there could be anything. It's not good, that's for sure. So double waved yellows at the start finish line. Can't make out exactly why. And drivers have to exercise extreme caution out there. So far, Mikael Patamba still in the lead. Michael Jensen in second position. Rian Botma still in third. Christopher Pretorius still in fourth. Anthony Pretorius still in fifth. So Lilia Letlaka in sixth position. Greg Thornton doing well in seventh. Ben Morgenroot Jr. in eighth position and now second in Class E. Bapu and his teammate Fikile in third position in Class E. And Jakupina are still chasing down Nico Roots. And the circuit now completely dark. Oh no! Neanderthal Racing car is off the track. Neanderthal Racing is off the track. Neanderthal car is off the track with Nean driving with just 6 minutes to go. Can they get back on the circuit? Just 6 minutes to go. His goal was to finish this race. He aimed to finish this race regardless of what condition the car was in. All they got to do is circulate this car onto the track. He's been driving without a clutch for the last hour or so, at least, possibly more. And I think it was actually 2 hours at one stage, to be honest. I think it was 2 hours without the clutch. So that is not good news for him. The flags looks like they've been put away. So we are back to green flag racing. Jakub Pinaar now on lap number 73. Jakub Pinaar on lap number 73. He's got to get to lap number 75. 75 laps classified for the other car. We don't know exactly what's happening with Roots' car. We don't know exactly what's happening with Roots' car. But we wait to see as Pinaar pushing hard and circulating fast. The circuit now in complete darkness, and this really has added another dimension to this race. With these drivers, everything to play for. We've only got 4 minutes of racing left, folks. 4.5 minutes of racing left. Mikael Patamba in the lead. Greg Thornton there crosses the finish line, and they are going to be ecstatic with that win. A well-deserved win for them in Class E so far, if they can make it to the finish line. As we saw earlier, anything can happen in the final minutes of racing. Neanderthal will have to get that car going again. So the car has to take the finish line under its own power. Oh no! Oh no, Neanderthal is out! Neanderthal is out with just 5 minutes to go on the board there. 4 minutes to go. I just got confirmation from his team. Neanderthal is out, and the Cape Town favorite, certainly one of the cars I was rooting for, has just been unable to finish the race. 5 minutes to go. That is absolutely heartbreaking. And that is exactly how the story goes, folks. That is motorsport. There's a saying in racing, and it goes 2 simple words that most race car drivers understand. That is racing. Yeah, unfortunately for Neanderthal, does not make it to the finish line on his own steam. Jakub Pinaar chasing down, about to get more laps than Nico Roots under the classification, but Nico Root also not able to finish under his own steam by the looks of things. A disappointing ending to him in the Nash, the car that was doing so well early on, fighting for the lead, in fact, comfortably hanging on behind the 007 car of Greg Thornton. And now Nico Roots finds himself out of the race. At least that's as it stands at the moment. We haven't seen that car run for quite some time. And the leaders circulating with less than 2 minutes to go. And the crowd's now starting to gather on the start-finish line. The race is almost over, folks. Make your way to the start-finish line. You want to see the winner cross the line. Mikael Patamba could be the winner of this race if all goes according to plan. There goes the 007 car of Greg Thornton. Greg Thornton crossing the finish line there. Titan Historic Racing, Colin Ellison and Greg Thornton, seasoned historic racers. Lots of laps under the belt. Will make their way now towards the finish line. I'm sure ecstatic with that performance. Backdraft racing cars circulating. There comes the Porsche. Another team that will be very happy will be Christopher Pretorius and Anthony Pretorius in the bucket list cars. They are going to be very happy with their performances in the bucket list racing cars. The two cars couldn't be more different, but I tell you what, a fantastic performance. Scorpion on the live stream asks us what track this is. This is Red Star Raceway out in Delmas. And unfortunately, it does look like Neanderthal is officially out. Catastrophic suspension failure. And in turn 1. And that is the end of his race just before the finish. What a pity for that team. And the cars now slowly circulating. Some of the drivers trying to make their way through. We've got 30 seconds of racing left, folks. We're about to make our way to what is going to be the last lap. Pretty shortly we'll be doing the final lap. And so far the order has stayed much the same for the last couple of minutes. But anything can happen in this type of racing, and it certainly has. We've seen some intense changes of positions here. And Mikhail Patamba will be ecstatic with that performance. As they slowly drive around the circuit, he's still 1 lap ahead of Michael Jensen, who is 3 laps ahead of Rian Botha. So no rush needed from any of them. And the checkered flag has come out. Looks like the checkered flag is out. The checkered flag is out, ladies and gentlemen. They don't get to do a last lap. And Mikhail Patamba takes the checkered flag, ladies and gentlemen. Mikhail Patamba takes the checkered flag. In an unbelievable turn of events, Mikhail Patamba has won the race. And Michael Jensen gets 2nd position. Rian Botma gets 3rd. Christopher Pretorius gets 4th. And Mikhail Patamba collects the checkered flag. The checkered flag is out. And in an unbelievable turn of events, Mikhail Patamba takes the flag. Benjamin Morgenroot gets the Class E 2nd place. Greg Thornton gets Class E 1st place. So Lili Letlaka in Class A gets 3rd place in Class A. Neanderthal unfortunately not able to make it to the finish line. Papu is going to be very happy with that, with Fikile, his teammate as well, I'm sure, cheering him on. They will be 3rd in Class E. It really is a case of finishing the race, isn't it? As these drivers make their way across the finish line. A spectacular performance, ladies and gentlemen, as the rest of the drivers come through, and here they come. There goes Jakub Pinaar. Jakub Pinaar makes it across the finish line in the Nash. A fantastic performance from him as well. Well done to Jakub Pinaar across the line, beating out Nico Roots. And Roots unfortunately not able to finish the race. Anthony Pretorius crossed the line as well. And the drivers in an incredible turn of events. Mikhail Patamba is your winner here at this historic event. The 4 hours of Red Star Raceway. And ladies and gentlemen, there is your winner. And he will make his way into the pit lane shortly. Let's all be sure to put our hands together for the winner of the South African Endurance Series first race of the season. Michael, Stephen and Patamba. And there is your classification. Creative Inc. takes the first spot on the podium, but in Class B as well. 8 Call 24/7 Racing with Rico Barlow gets second place, but first in Class A. Auto Investment Car gets second in Class A and third overall. Bucket List Racing 212 gets Class D honors with number 12 Bucket List Racing, second in Class D. Titan Historic F1 Racing gets first in Class E, and there comes the winners, ladies and gentlemen. There comes the winners into the pit lane. Let's go greet them in the pit lane. Here are your winners, ladies and gentlemen. Can you believe it? After 4 hours of racing, this is how it turned out. Ben Morgenroot at Ford and Mazda gets second place in Class E. Stradale into Africa, Class A, gets third place in Class A. But ladies and gentlemen, there can be only one winner, and that is the Creative Inc. car. The Porsche gets first place. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, a big round of applause as he climbs out the car. That is Mikhail Patamba over there. Takes the win. Unbelievable stuff. What a way to go over into... Oh, gets a big hug there from his teammate, Michael Stephen. What a way to make your way overseas. And what a way to finish this race. A fantastic performance from Mikhail Patamba. Handshakes all round. He's going to be ecstatic with that race. He's not even sure where all the congratulations are coming from. There's so many. As the Morgenroot clan make their way across into the pit lane as well. And a frankly unbelievable turn of events there, as we saw the 8 Call 24/7 car leading for most of this race after the Auto Investment car unfortunately had a bit of an incident earlier on with their VTEC not working properly. They managed to sort the problem out, managed to get back in it, but still too little too late there. But still managed to get second in class, and third overall was that Auto Investment car. And there is the young Patamba, gets the win, and the rest of the field now make their way through. There is the 8 Call 24/7 car. And there is Nick Adcock heading over to congratulate his driver. Gets second place, first in class still. Yeah. It's one of those things. Some commiseration, some words of commiseration there for Michael Jensen. And unfortunately, they ate the oil there. And that's all she wrote. It's one of those things. That is motorsport. And Nick Adcock and Michael Jensen slipping down the order. Rico Barlow in the background there, working on that car, tirelessly swapping the engine. They were down on power this weekend, way down on power, thanks to the engine yesterday, and they sorted that out with 9 hours to go. They still managed to get the class win. As we walk over to the Auto Investment car, third position, second in class, and a fantastic performance from them. They qualified pole, but unfortunately were not able to turn that into a race win. However, a valiant performance and lots of time spent in the car. Botman over there. Rian bringing the car home in third position. Rian bringing the car home in third position. He was supposed to have another teammate, Rian Botman was, and things didn't quite turn out that way, and then they pulled in the young gun. The young gun over there, you can see him, Jeffrey Kruger, as first place man, steps to the podium and steps to the first place position in the paddock in pit row. Pit row, that is Patamba and Michael Stephen. Michael Stephen, no stranger to the top spot. And Patamba now winning a national endurance racing event overall in that very real race car, Porsche Cup car, in first position. Patamba heading over to junior DTM category later on in the year, and he's going to be very happy to take this win with him. I wonder if he's going to walk around with that trophy. I would get on the plane with that trophy. There is the super rookie, new to endurance racing, and certainly at least new to this car, Jeffrey Kruger. A fantastic performance from him, acknowledged on the live stream as one of the best racers in the country, and a fantastic performance from him as well. Botma and his team getting within striking distance as the Adcock car went off the circuit in the closing stages of the race. The closing stages of the race, things are all changed. Nick Adcock was leading comfortably by 1 lap for most of the race. Patamba behind him and Jeffrey Kruger chasing them down. By the hour mark, Jeffrey Kruger was within a couple of laps after falling all the way back within the first hour. Peter Jenkins running in 4th for most of the race, and Greg Thornton and his teammate running very well in the 007 Class E car, leading for most of the way. Shakes his head, does Jenkins. He's not happy about that. Really a disappointing end to a fantastic race for them. Neanderthal and his team also out with catastrophic failure. And just an incredible, incredible turn of events. So that has been the South African Endurance Series, folks. Proudly sponsored by our sponsors in the top right corner over there. You can see them pop up from time to time. And without them, none of this would be possible. What a crazy, crazy race today. All of these drivers deserve the recognition that they get and will receive in the coming weeks and months as we make our way and get ready for the next race, which will take place at Alder Skrabanti. My name is Ernest Page, and this is, of course, the South African Endurance Series. And this was the 4 hours of Red Star Raceway. The South African Endurance Series, of course, recently established to showcase the best endurance cars in the country. And be sure to tune in next time, folks, because I promise you there will be many more cars. Many cars couldn't make it to the first race of the season, and yet we still had a fantastic performance from all of these teams. Tenth position there. Backdraft Bafana's getting 10th place. NDT Racing classified as 9th, but I'm not quite sure if they're going to get official classification because they didn't cross the finish line. Stradale Inter Africa doing very well there to complete this race with that McLaren. Ben Morgenroot and his team, Class E, getting Class E, 2nd position in Class E, and beating out that McLaren. And we're going to go back to the pit lane now to see some of the action. There's still action happening in the pit lane. And we're going to the pit lane. Let's see what Krueger has to say.
I'm standing here with the overall winners from today's competition. Congratulations first, Michael. I must ask you, how was the end of the race there? Because it was quite a surprise finish.
Yeah, so obviously I did the second last stint, and I went from the daytime into the night, so it was quite easy for me to adapt. Every lap getting a little bit darker. Finished my stint, and as I came in, the safety car came out, so Cal jumped in and finished the job. So fantastic teamwork, and really chuffed for an awesome result.
Kind of taking advantage of that safety car, Mikhail, and then you brought it home for a fabulous finish. What was it like?
I would say it was a little bit difficult, but I enjoyed it. It was my favorite part about driving in the night, so I really enjoyed it, yes.
Is it quite a change that you as a driver have to go through, swapping over from daytime driving to nighttime driving?
Yeah, it's a big adaptation in terms of your eyes being able to see, but as a driver you do everything the same. The basics are the same.
It did kind of help having a couple of cars go spinning towards the end, did it not?
To finish first, you first got to finish. Lady luck sometimes on your side, and yesterday I wasn't driving anything, and today I raced in 2 series and came back with a win here, so couldn't have asked for more. So big thanks to Mikhail Krueger, for giving me the opportunity, and couldn't reward better with a first place.
Well, Lady Luck definitely in your guys' favour, and I hope it's in your favour again at the next race as we go to PE. Hopefully you'll have a car by then.
Definitely. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, guys, and congratulations. That is our winners of today's Endurance Series. Congratulations to them. Let's see if we can walk around and get somebody else. I know Nick Adcock came in second with his team, so we're going to see if we can grab him for another interview.
while we wait for Krueger. Searching for those interviews. Mikhail Patama is going to be very happy. He will be heading off to DTM, driving for Hyder Motorsport, racing in the DTM Trophy GT4 spec cars. So a fantastic performance from him over there. What a way to make your way overseas. And we've got Nick Adcock coming in as well. And Nick Adcock, I'm sure mixed emotions. Krueger will be chatting to him once again. Nick Adcock's been exceptionally accommodating with us, but Nick Adcock with an unfortunate turn of events. And this is the problem. This is one of the things that these drivers have to deal with when it comes to this type of driving. You've got sometimes, as Michael Stevens said, sometimes you've got lady luck on your side, sometimes you don't. And in this case, that was not the case. This was not the case, and unfortunately, things did not turn out their way. So I'm quite keen to hear in detail what happened there. They hit the oil by the sound of things, and what a unfortunate turn of events for Nick Adcock and his team. Almost led for most. They did lead for most of the race, and unfortunately, that is how these things go. I mean, just. That is racing. That's how the saying goes. But for some, there will be triumph. For some, there will be disappointment. But certainly for Mikhail Patamba, there is nothing but excitement at this stage, as the young South African now slowly making his way up the ranks. And early on, he managed to get a victory in the Pro-Am category of the SAGT racing class early on, and now gets another one once again in the SA Endurance Series. So Mikhail Patamba with wins all around in the South African Endurance Series. So he will most certainly be flying high tonight, going over to the DTM Series, production-based sports cars. He will be driving the R8, and he's driven an R8 before. He's driven the GT4 R8. And we are now going to hear from second place racers. Here we go. Let's see what they have to say. Krueger, over to you.
Well, I think I'm going to start with you. I didn't realize we had to do some grass cutting in the middle of the night.
Yeah, I think there was a bit of oil in the track, and I went over the edge and got stuck in the grass. Eventually got pulled out, but I think we lost 4 or 5 laps.
Yeah, unfortunately, that was kind of a nail in the coffin, if you want to kind of call it that.
We thought we'd ridden our bad luck with an engine change yesterday and some electrical issues this morning, but it's
looks like we've lost that link, but we'll be back shortly. Here we go. We're just waiting for Krueger to come back to us. Just lost that link, but what a turn of events. Lots of bad luck there for Nick Adcock, and as mentioned, they had to swap an engine last night, but still a Class A victory for them. Lots to take away from this race event here, and that's unfortunately one of the drawbacks of having such a low car in a situation like this. Lots of grass on the side of the circuit, so if you do go off, you're going to pick up a lot of that grass, and we saw Nick Adcock himself joking about the fact that they literally took that car farming. So an unfortunate turn of events for them, but still a Class A victory. Pity they wanted to win this overall, I'm sure. And just waiting for that link to come back up. Krueger Gangia in the pit lane over there in pit road, chatting to those drivers over there, the winners and the losers, and some of the guys that Nick Adcock, as he mentioned us, he wants to win. So unfortunately, he just wasn't able to do so. But there will be a next time, and he's got many, many wins under his belt. And still a class victory today is not a bad way to end the day. Of course, this is the South African Endurance Series. My name is Dennis Page. I'm joined in the pit lane by Krueger Gangia, and this is the first round of the series, 7 rounds spread across the year. And later on, we'll be heading to Port Elizabeth in May. Going to Port Elizabeth for Aldous Grabanti Raceway. Most of these races will be multiple hours long. This one 4 hours, and of course we finish the year off with the Killarney 9 hours, as well as the Kyalami 9 hour happening probably in March next year by the looks of things. A lot of these drivers took part in the Kyalami 9 hour. They did 1 hour race at the Kyalami 9 hour. Some of our GT drivers we saw earlier on the South African GT races were exceptionally exciting 1 hour races for the SA GT drivers. But this year is the South African Endurance Series, and the winner, none other than Mikael Patamba and Michael Stephen. And Mikael Patamba very happy to be going over to DTM Trophy. He will be racing in the DTM Trophy with Hyder Motorsport. And just waiting for Krueger Gangia to come back to us. So a lot of these drivers here are coming through the ranks, but some of them very, very experienced. We saw there Thornton and his teammate, exceptionally experienced drivers in the historic racing categories. So there are some very, very experienced drivers sitting with us on the grid over here. Michael Jensen, Nick Adcock racing overseas in Asia Le Mans Series, now also going over to the European Le Mans Series. Titan Historic F1 Racing, Greg Thornton and Colin Ellison with extensive historic racing experience, as well as even Masters Formula 1 racing. We've got the Bucket List Racing, Rob Clark and Christopher Pretorius doing exceptionally well in what arguably was not one of the fastest cars yet today. So definitely the Bucket List Racing team for me, I think are one of the teams to watch out for this year. They're able to compete with some of the best in the business. I've got Mikael Patamba and Kishore Patamba on my list over here, but Kishore, a last minute replacement being called in, and none other than Michael Stephen being called in there to help with proceedings. Brandon Dean Willie Erasmus, unfortunately we saw Willie Erasmus out of the race earlier. Neanderthal also out of the race. Nico Roots and Andrew Horn in the Nash earlier on, also unfortunately knocked out of the competition. Steve Clark, Brian Martin also again unfortunately out of the race. So unfortunately Steve Clark in that very fast backdrop car out of the race as well. Rian Botma in the auto investment car pulling in a late replacement. Jeffrey Kruger, who did exceptionally well to put the car on pole, but unfortunately they just weren't able to maintain. They had an issue with VTEC, and they were running very slowly in the beginning after a good start, but unfortunately they were then usurped by the Nick Adcock and Michael Jensen team, who later then found themselves also beaten out by the Creative Inc. car. We've got Zolile Letlaka and the Chop Sapuka car doing very well to what looks like a podium in Class A. And of course, Ben Morgenroot doing very well with his team over there. And of course, we saw Pretorius car out of the race. Well, here we go. We've got some more interviews coming from the pit lane. Krueger Gangia, over to you.
I'm standing here with our third overall winners today. Congratulations, gents, Rian Burtman and Jeffrey Kruger. This must be a great surprise for you and for your fiancée who celebrates her birthday today.
Yeah, for sure. I felt the car was very, very quick today. And it's a pity we couldn't convert it into a win, which I thought we best with what we had today, and I think it's still a solid result, and big thank you to the team for giving us such a good car, and also Investment Group as well here today. So yeah, big thanks to them, and yeah, P3 is still good points for the championship. It's still a long way to go, so looking good.
Rian, I know when you're going into this race you said that you guys wanted to take the win today, but third is still as good.
Yeah, from what happened in the first stint, Jeffrey came in lost 3 laps. He came back to be only 1 lap behind Adcock. And then I went out. I had to make up 1 lap, had a misfire come in again. So yeah, very eventful race, but at least we got a 3rd place. Happy with that.
What are you guys looking forward to moving into PE as our next race?
Yeah, I think PE is a very happy hunting ground for this car. I think we should be very, very quick there. But yeah, again, it shows you. I mean, so much can happen in a race, so we need to try and just keep it together. But yeah, it's unfortunate some things happen when they do, but when it goes well, it goes really well. So
You guys were definitely quick out there, and I look forward to seeing you guys in PE. Thank you for your time.
thank you very much.
All right, we're standing by as we get ready for podium here at Red Star Raceway. I think the teams are ready and standing by for me. So I think we need to first get straight into our third finish for overall class, and that is the gentleman I just spoke to, Rian Boertma and Jeffrey Kruger. It seems like we need one more second as we're waiting for a few more things to happen from our race organizers. It is what it is when it comes to the end of a race. But we have some exciting races coming up this season. Next off in May, we go to PE. That one is going to be very interesting with a double race there for the Endurance Series. And then, of course, the SAGT Championship is going there as well. We're going to have to see if the teams can bring some real energy back to the track to kind of make up some points and some positions in the championship. I know a lot of people were fighting for those points this time around. Lots of issues, but it was a track that we kind of knew was going to give us issues. We knew we were going to have gearbox problems. We knew we were going to see a couple of cars go out, but what was very unexpected was having the oil on the track and having those cars skid out towards the end. Really an exciting finish. I think now though, maybe if I can just check here how we're doing, see how the guys are going with our podium and if we are ready. Beautiful finish from all our teams today, and we were super excited to see Patemba actually take the win with Michael Stevens, and I think we are ready. We are ready. Yes. I'm looking at Wayne Riddell because you know when you have the person that does all the adjudicating. Here is our auditor, Wayne Riddell. You look like you are ready for me.
I have class results for you.
You have class results for me.
I have
This is like the
overall results
Oscars.
for you. No, the Oscars
I'm not
comes
going
with
to
a big
slap you.
slap. And then I've got the index of performance, so we'll do that last.
Okay, great. So then let's start with overall class, shall we?
Let's do that.
Okay. So we've got overall class here.
Ladies and gentlemen, Michael.
Wayne Riddell is calling everybody up. With overall class, we'll start off with our third position. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Rian Boertma and Jeffrey Kruger from 8 Call 24. No, I lie. Auto Investment. You can give them a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
This is third place. Cheeky, eh? Putting your foot on the first step. I see how it works. Congratulations, guys. Well done. Here we go. Here.
All right, coming in second place overall is Nick Adcock and Michael Jensen from 8 Call 24/7.
Here we go. Here.
Taking the overall tonight from Creative Inc. is Mikhail Patemba and Michael Steven.
Michael. Oh, you only get your head bigger. Camera.
All right, now that the photographers are ready, gents, I think it's time for a big celebration.
Are we still next? Photo of us?
Always up for the challenge.
Always up for the challenge. Perfect.
Got it.
All right, after a quick photo op, I see the guys are getting ready. Let me get your Class A winners up here so long. In third place was Stradale Into Africa, Chop Sabuka, and Kulale Tletlakla. I think the gents have already gone to.
I think they're in the pits.
I think they're in their pits. We're going to find them in the.
Second place along.
In the meantime, we'll get up. Second place is Auto Investment, Rian Boertma and Jeffrey Kruger. Second.
Rian.
And coming into first place in Class A is 8 Call 24/7, Nick Adcock and Michael Jensen.
Gentlemen, now that you've got one hand, thank you. There we go.
Well done, guys.
It's quite interesting to be parked off the track and then you come and park next to me.
All right, gents, if all the photos are ready, I think that's a celebration we need. All right, Class B, only one class or car in this class, and that is Creative Inc., who also won the overall. It is Mikhail Patamba and Michael Stevens.
I don't know what else.
All right, we now look at Class D. First up is Bucket List Racing 212. And you guys are going to have to correct me if I'm wrong on this one, if I have the right drivers in the right cars. I've got here Rob Clark and Christopher Pretorius.
Is that correct? So, Jenkins and Christopher Pretorius, 212.
212, sorry, is Peter Jenkins and Christopher Pretorius.
There we go.
So number one.
Third, eh?
Okay, so this is car 12.
One second, I'm trying to find it. Second place.
Second place.
There we go. Yeah. Sorry guys, messing you around like that.
And then taking first place was Bucket List Racing 212, Peter Jenkins and Christopher Pretorius.
Tickle him, please.
Just Christopher.
Ah, yes it was.
We're getting to the index still. We're still going to get to the index. It's all still coming up. Yes, but you guys have to do some champagne. All right, we move on now to Class E. In third place was Backdraft Bafanas. Backdraft Bafanas coming in third place. Coming in second place. Big celebrations here. Coming in second, family, Ben Morgan Ford and Mazda. That's Ben Morgan and Christian Morgan who drove that car today.
Well done.
And coming in at number 1 on Class E was the Titan Historic F1 Racing, driven by Colin Ellison and Greg Thornton.
Ellison and Thornton.
Thank you very much. There we go. Thanks, Tony. Thanks, Backdrop. Oh, Krueger. Who's going out to dinner?
All right, it's now time for Index of Performance. This is quite a big one. And I don't think the Morgan Rood family needs to go anywhere because they are taking third place here. Ben Morgan Rood and Christian Morgan Rood coming in third on Index of Performance.
Oh, wait a minute. They're doing another trophy session.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, sir. There we go.
All right, coming in at number 2 on Index of Performance is Anthony and Rob from Bucket List Racing. And a very big day for Bucket List Racing as they come in first on Index of Performance, Peter Jenkins and Christopher Pretorius.
Congratulations. You can hold on.
Wayne Riddell handing out the trophies there, and Wayne, I feel like you need to stand for some champagne showers. A very big congratulations to the teams today, taking away amazing awards. Gents, if the photographers are done, you know what time it is. Well, a very big congratulations to all our teams and their placings for today. Really an amazing day out at the races at Red Star Raceway. I do have Wayne Riddell standing by to have a quick chat to me, so let's see if we can scooch over here. Wayne, big congratulations for today at Red Star Raceway. Really a phenomenal weekend of racing.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it's one under the belt. It's our first one under the new management and the new owners. So, are there lessons to be learnt? Absolutely. Anybody gets it right first time around, I don't think it's possible. Damn right about that. But I can say with absolute confidence that we've arrived. I think the standard has been set pretty high. I'm very happy with that. I'm exceedingly happy with my selected team for the year. I think we're going to go places. I'm very excited about the delivery. Yes, we're going to have a post-mortem meeting, and there's definitely going to be a few items that we can improve on, which is good, because the compliments we've received already, we can only get better. So yeah, I just want to thank our viewers, I want to thank our competitors, I want to thank everybody for a fantastic event, and yeah, as I said, first one's in the bag, so I'm very, very happy with that. Next round, I think, is PE, hey, 6 weeks from now.
Give us some information.
Yeah, so PE, the preliminary list in the GT, competitor list in the GT, I think we're sitting on 16 entries. And in the endurance series, I think we're on 26 or 27 entries. So that's looking really, really good. Yeah, so I'm very excited. Red Star was a first for the endurance series. We had to adapt ourselves to the circuit layout, and that worked really well. The competitors have asked, are we coming back next year? And they said absolutely, with a few tweaks and changes, but yes, all round, very happy. And yeah, well done to you. You survived this race suit all day, so yeah, well done on that. And yeah, congratulations to the whole team, and yeah, onward and upward, and we'll see you in 6 weeks' time.
Thank you so much, Wayne. I really appreciate it. Well, as you heard it from Wayne himself, we are going to be back in 6 weeks' time from PE. If you have not gotten your tickets yet, then do not worry, because you can get them at the racetrack. For myself, Krueger, have a great evening. Bye.
Well, folks, that is it from us here at the South African Endurance Series. My name is Dennis Page, and that was Krueger, and what a fantastic day of racing we've seen today. As mentioned, this is the first of many to come. So join us again in 6 weeks' time for what is going to be an absolutely spectacular Port Elizabeth race. You can expect the same kind of action. You can expect the same kind of thrills and spills, and of course, the same kind of surprises that we've seen here today. Folks, this is the South African Endurance Series, and this is some of the best racing you will see in South Africa. My name is Ernest Page, joined by Krueger here. We'll see you guys at the next one. Until then, stay safe, and remember to watch out for the press for more information on the fantastic new series that is the South African Endurance Series.